Up? It's the O-double-G here, graciously invited by the host, Psyche. Come on out, come on out. What up, everybody? What's good? How we doing today? Psyche, thank you for graciously inviting me.
Oh, I'm muted. Are you trying to pretend you're Snoop Dogg, bro?
Ain't no type of pretending, man. I'm here for a small book only. I can only do first match, man. Remember how much you paid me for this, dog?
I'm not impressed, bro.
Man, you'll be impressed by today's matchup set. You know what we got today, Psych Dog?
What do we got
We got
today?
ACT versus TE. Now, as you know, TE, former runner-up Koa. Ain't that impressive, man?
That is very impressive. Yeah, former run-up Koa. You got anything else to say about that, Snoop Dogg?
Falling only short at MRC, which we will see later today, dog. I think that's sick. Too bad I ain't gonna be here, because like I said, you booked a very, very short gig with me. Like, I could get you the best rate I could.
By the way,
because,
are you watching the IVL stream?
Of course, man, of course.
Alright, cool.
Always stay ready. D-O-double-G, always stay D-O-double ready, man.
Anyway, guys,
Already
welcome to IVL. This is going to be day 11 of IVL. Today, our first matchup is going to be, let me quickly check here, against, we're going to be going ACT versus TE, like Mickey said, former runner-up of Koa, TE versus ACT. ACT has done very well, but in the meantime, we're going to be going right into the first matchup already. We're going to be seeing the Queen Bee right here, Pepe right here, chasing ACT right away right here. The whole team, that's right, Miki. And yeah, we're going to see how it does.
Ain't no surprise there. Hey, who's this Miki guy, bro? Remember, you booked a small gig with me. That dude coming later. That's what you told me in the contract. But anyway, we got XY graciously dodging that bullet. We got Pepe on the hunt. And you know, all I heard about this hunter is very impressive, but also impressive is that jetpack right there. He was in flow state, flew away. No damage to be had on the board. A lot of energy on the side of the Queen Bee, though. You know, Queen Bee, not Beyonce, just the Queen Bee. But yeah, anyway. None of that. Warp coming out. Really unusual trait here. And oh my goodness, the ability gets stuffed out. Not such an impressive jetpack. And going to see the chair the first time. XY, take a seat, buddy.
Exactly. That was a really good double shot right there on the window. Not a whole lot that Airplanist can do. Actually going to die with broken windows and flywheel here. What a shame, because that broken windows just not being able to use in time to save him. Neither is that flywheel. And gonna go down here. He could still rebound quite well. So the game is not necessarily by any means going to be a guaranteed tie. But it's looking a lot better here for Pepe than I would say the survivors in this position. We're going to see if he can get a stuff off. He does get no damage on the puppeteer in reality, but I believe he just gets the hit just because of full presence Queen Bee being such a versatile and powerful tool in the end game. You definitely want to get it up as soon as possible. Right here, Airplane's going to use his jetpack to then dodge the 1000 presence shot, and it looks like he's going to be able to survive quite a bit here. Great use of the flywheel too, and he's just slowly but surely wasting this Queen Bee's time trying to secure a tie for his team. Oh, almost holding to the 100, barely getting away though. Good work from him so far.
All right, man, you already know. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of impressed from what I'm seeing. He last passed the tide time against such a fast momentum building snowball character such as Queen Bee, you know? Double G impressed. He impressed. I ain't gonna lie. I was worried about that final ability usage right there, but it paired graciously with that flywheel and harmoniously blended together. Oh man, that was fro shizzle. That was fire. Right now, we got another rescue coming in. First officer. Let's see if he can do the same as the puppeteer. Remember, Psyche, that rescue was really good, bro. Man. I'm not gonna lie, that rescue was nice and clean. No stuffs to be had here. But the final chair is gonna be a factor right here against XY. But backed up against the walls is Arrow. Gonna take his 20 seconds and run himself into that corner. Great job, dog. You may rest now.
Exactly. Now he's going to go all the way in the corner, making sure that he gets as long of a chair for his survivors as possible. And in the meantime, the rest of the stars are going to try to see if they can pop the fourth one. Still no fifth cipher, but they're probably not going to want to do it anyway, just because the full presence probably going to be used here to immediately try to sniff out a survivor. Let's see if he's going to do it, or is he going to be Oh, I see. Wow, what a good use of the bees right here.
Amazing dodge right
Somehow,
there from the first officer. Pocket watch is popped. The final pocket watch is popped and locked. But here come the tram. And honestly, they do have the final item out from the rescuer. So they don't really need to worry about much. But it's rather unfortunate that he stayed around this area when he's the only one susceptible to pain at the moment. Don't you think?
yeah, that's very true. Very poetic of you, Miki. In the meantime, though, this Queen Bee is going to go straight for the Cypher. And now the Puppeteer is going to have to kite here in this pretty bad powder here. Thankfully, the Queen Bee, for him, getting stuck here. I don't think she intended to get stuck there. But now it's going to force her to break the pallet. And now he's going to go right back to the God pallet here. I mean, this is a very basic route here. But there's also not a whole lot to do. Queen Bee is going to surprisingly take that hit. But not really gonna be able to build off of it.
I disagree with that. Fro Shizzle, that's gonna slow her down. You know what I mean? Look, Survivors already got 2 ciphers with the progress, 60 and rising right there. But
Nice
absolutely gonna shoot the Puppeteer. Beautiful shot for Pepe right here. But as you can see, the ciphers are split from quite far away. However, this chair, real far. If you don't got a rescuer going right off the bat, which stop is gonna put a stop to any stop attempts at the moment, because he show up real early, you know? He rise and grind to the occasion. 90 and rising is the final cipher. Oh, looks like he's gonna try to check on it, but it's too late, buddy.
Exactly. I mean, he's gonna be able to get onto it, but the pop's gonna happen regardless. And with the fact that he just used full presence here, it means that he's not gonna have any mobility to leave this. The only mobility he's gonna have is this teleport, which is coming up in 2 seconds. That is, well, it's a warp actually, but he could still trump card teleport at any moment he wants. Is he going to choose to do it though? He still needs another shot on this first officer, just gets the basic hit instead. And now the rest of the survivors are going to be able to open the gate in time. Queen Bee going to leave the bees here to be able to teleport back. She left just enough for herself with 15 energy so that if she needs to, she can. And in the meantime, the rest of the survivors are going to get a tie, and a pretty good result there from I believe it was Act right there, making sure to just not give any free hits right there, playing the end game slow, trying to see what the Queen Bee does before they do their last Cypher Machine. The moment that the first officer was abandoned, that's when he started that Cypher Machine, and with that fast decoding speed, quickly got that Cypher done at greater before she could even do anything.
That was real impressive. I like what I see. Double G like what he see. Survivors doing the best to pull it out for their team. And you know what this means, Psyche?
Well, what does it mean, Miki?
This means that ACT... Man, who is that guy? This means that ACT just need their hunter to pull out a win, and they can win the round or a tie. So either way, it's not looking that bad. Tying it up wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because your opponent just used Queen Bee, not Beyonce, to go against their survivors. And notoriously, Queen Bee be getting 3 or 4. Only got 2 this time. Not doing the work that they quite expected Pepe to do, but no more. It's time for the survivors to step in, Psyche.
Indeed, that is very true. Queen Bee, though, recently not necessarily getting as many 3-mans and 4-mans as we saw at the start of IVL. We haven't been seeing that as much as we did at the start, just because of the fact that I think survivors have gotten a little bit more used to what the hunters are doing, got more used to Queen Bee. We haven't really been seeing many Queen Bee trick shots over walls either. I think we saw a lot of that on Darkwoods, and speaking of which, we also haven't seen a lot of Darkwoods in a while, or at least here on the channel where we commentate and stream these matches to you guys. We haven't been seeing much Darkwoods here except the first few days, so curious if we will see Darkwoods anytime soon. But yeah, Queen Bee has slowly been only getting ties, but we did see a 4-man granted literally yesterday, so every once in a while you can still do it. She is still a very strong hunter.
Oh yeah, you already know Queen Bee putting in that work, but like, I'm kind of new to this IDV stuff. I'm just trying to catch up, because my usual gigs are like Street Fighter, you know, even Tetris commentary. That was pretty dope, I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, Queen Bee, real cool, huh?
Exactly, yeah.
That's how she be?
Yeah, Queen Bee is a very
all right. What?
hunter.
No, you take over, dog. My fault. My
you're
fault. My fault.
You're good.
You all good.
Stream
You all
right
good.
here is freezing. Production. All right, thank you, production. All right, so we're gonna have TE survivors.
Pay cuts
going
are happening today.
a lot of cuts. We're gonna have TE survivor coming in here. Maom, I don't know. So we're gonna have him be. it seems
Man,
like
why you gonna do my
Harass.
homie though? That is definitely Mao. That's how you say that for sure.
Maom,
Don't do him
then
dirty like
is
that.
gonna be playing the harasser main of TE, and yeah, of course, harassers nowadays I think are seeing more versatility ever since the hunters got nerfed. Every now and then you do want to support your survivors when they pass by the harasser. It's not very just like balloon rescue heavy like it used to be, but they do help out a lot whenever you pass by them. That's kind of like become the new meta with harassers in a way. Just whenever you pass by them, and they're a big help. Although some survivors like enchanters and archer can definitely prevent balloons very well. In the meantime, though, we're gonna see TE drop here next, being the main supporter class here. It seems like we got priestess, we got psychologist, which could definitely support with any heals, and yeah. Looks like he's got some fan support here as well in a language I cannot read, don't know what it says, but he is going to have, looks like the 5th highest average deduction points, which means he's surviving quite long in these games or doing very long kites, enough to get a pretty decent deduction. I mean, 8,400 is not that much, but considering you're going against some of the best hunters in the world, it is a pretty impressive feat nonetheless. TE GG here is going to be playing Magician and Prospector. I'm not a big fan of Prospector personally. I think Prospector is not that great as a tournament character, but we have seen Prospector be very good against very long games, like Hewis, for example. If Hewis is trying to solve the game out a long time, he gets a lot of value from having an infinite ability like that. Just any ability will do. TE coach here for the survivor side, we see right here Z1, not sure how to pronounce it. And then Axe Hunter right here is going to be ZZ9. We've seen him quite a few times, has performed very well here. Where you see
Look
him
at
with a
those
very
average
high
terror
average
shocks, dog. That's absolutely terrifying. Absolutely. Look, it goes out the shape. I didn't even know it could go out the shape.
Yeah, that is true.
That's
I don't know
kinda
why
crazy,
it's going out
man.
the shape. That is actually a good point. Don't know why it's going out of the
More
shape.
pay cuts happening. Man, this is just absolutely wild. But I'm not gonna lie, impressive stats all around. But if you knew, these TE survivors, man, been recently putting in that work, or at least so I heard from a friend of mine. But yeah, they putting in that work. They were real impressive at Koa. Maum, just amazing support, and man, drop just the in-game captain or the IGC. I don't know how y'all roll with that, but kind of strange to me. It's brand new, but yeah, I think that we're gonna expect to see some real good supporter gameplay, some real good communication, and just overall some solid survivor play. Don't you think?
Well, it depends on what kind of survivors they play, Mr. Snoop Dogg. If you don't have any harassers or supporters, you're not going to see any support going on the survivor team. Don't you think?
That's true. And with round 1 being so ambiguous with what the hunter could pick, maybe they won't. But we have seen some round 1 archers beforehand. This time around, not seeing it from the side of ACT or ACT survivors. But who knows? Maybe TE a little more specialized in the assisting. We've seen many harassers be played at the start. I mean, we saw Antiquarian just now, but of course wasn't playing the supporter role against the double B, the Queen B. They were just playing a backup rescuer, and it worked out, man. It worked out. They was at the gate right before the hunter could even do anything about it. Teleport burned, presence burned, first officer did his job to run back and drop the pallet last second. It was beautiful, man. They played her so well.
Very beautiful indeed. In the meantime, though, we're going to see finally the bans happening. TE is going to be picking Survivor side, and ACT is going to go Hunter side. First 2 bans we see are Puppeteer and Doctor. 2 very strong counters to Goatman and 2 very strong counters to Shadow. So I'm thinking we might see one of these first. if not a Queen B. Queen B a little bit, I don't know about Queen B. When you see these kinds of two bans, could still very well be the case. I mean, it's really up to what the final team comp is going to be, that he's like, okay, well, maybe Queen B is still going to be good here, even though I went ahead and banned two characters that are not that amazing against Queen B. So in the meantime, though, he's going to go ahead and ban Antiquarian, another strong survivor against Goman, but also a good counter to Opera Singer. Hullabaloo as well, potentially, and stuff like that that needs to get up close and personal in order to get the damage in. And in response, we're going to see Enchantress. Don't see her that often. A lot of the times we see Hunters ban Enchantress, so very excited to see how Enchantress does this game. What do you think, Snoop Dogg?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I need you to take a look at the bans. Did you notice something?
No. What did you notice?
2 of the survivors banned by ACT ZZ9 were 2 of the survivors played against the Queen Bee last round. And the 2 survivors, well, one of them did absolute work, the Puppeteer. But the Antiquarian maybe could have done work too. Looks like he's doing the respect ban. He respects that this team may have been studying their strategies, maybe have a solid Puppeteer and Antiquarian on hand. So you're going to have to go with the Enchantress instead. However, on the side of the survivors, Enchantress being first picked is actually not that bad. You don't risk much because should you tie this, you used up Enchantress. Your opponents used up Aeroplanist, used up Puppeteer, and they used up First Officer, and I had told, an Antiquarian. They used up some solid survivors, dog. So using up Enchantress here, not a big issue. Looks like a little fallback strategy if you ask me.
Absolutely. By the way, why do you think that Puppeteer is a good survivor against Queen Bee? Besides the fact that they played Puppeteer last round.
He can tank hits. However, those shots, there are more like prediction games rather than reaction. Because once you up, there will be here just a really interesting looking gentleman. What they call this one, man? He kind of crazy looking. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's Go Man. That's Go Man, Miki, brother. Brother, Jesus Christ. We're gonna be seeing a Go Man here against Magician and Enchantress, which is not that comfortable to be picking Goat Man against. Go Man is not gonna be that comfortable to go against these kinds of survivors. Priestess also could portal through buildings and escape out the cages. That does work, by the way. So, I mean, this is a very scary pick here to see Go Man, especially also Rescuer not going to be that amazing to go against as Go Man. I mean, it could be fine. It's definitely probably more chance of hitting him randomly than something like Gravekeeper, for example. You can always shovel down before that Gravekeeper comes out the other side of the cage. But yeah.
And that wasn't banned. They just ain't pick it.
I definitely
Gravekeeper
think
was not banned.
I definitely think that there's better survivors than Puppeteer if you're that scared of Queen Bee, because the thing about Queen Bee is you go get chased, and if it's full presence Queen Bee, you're immediately getting hit by a chip shot, which is what your ability would do anyway to you. It's just immediately forcing out abilities on you before your chase even begins, which is why Puppeteer is particularly bad end game and just alright early game, because of the fact that even while you're invincible, Queen Bee is getting more powerful from putting these on top of you while the Puppeteer is using his puppets. So you are preventing damage, but you're also going to have so much more to deal with after your puppet runs out, which forces another puppet and then turns into like an infinite feedback loop of just having to use your puppets against Queen Bee. You're going to need like a boost to get out of there or something like that. Maybe a pallet stun, but with every Queen Bee running fast pallet breaking, pallets are also going to be very difficult to use against Queen Bee. Anyway.
Dang, psych, dog. You know a lot about this game. You should play pro or something. You should join a team or something, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I already am. And we're going to see Go Man here go straight for middle. And he's going to be just testing the waters here. Probably not going to chase anyone immediately here, I'm guessing. I mean, he's just looking around.
I like the rotation.
Yeah,
I peeped the stealth from the Priestess.
Yeah, he wants to weigh his options out here, see what's going on. And then once he has someone zoned in one area, I'm guessing now he'll probably chase this guy. He's just waiting to build up energy here. That's the #1 most important thing, especially against Enchantress. You don't want to ever run out of cages when she's slowly getting stacks up on you. And there you go, first cage. The Enchantress actually walks right into him. Not that great of a start. And is that going to be another hit here? We're Gonna run Enchantress Excitement. Or Excitement versus
Worth
Enchantress.
it. Personally, I'd say worth it. Look at those ciphers. Ain't no type of motion happening there. The highest one, 60 and rising, sure. But look at the second one. Barely half of that percent. I think this is an excellent first chase.
Yes, absolutely. And then Excitement also has such a short cooldown. Definitely was very good there to just immediately go into this game with Excitement, just the Enchantress, just finding that Enchantress out. Oh, missing the hit on the first officer.
Look at the movement.
Get hit here, though. Finally.
The movement from that first officer, kind of nice. Gets the rescue right before half, just as you like to see it. Buys as much time as possible. However, since he popped the Excitement so early, he's only gaining that ability back as the game progresses. And as Psyche mentioned, Psych Dog mentioned,
also,
it gains
by the way,
back really
huge
quick.
Move from the
only second to
there.
Patroller, I think.
Yes, huge move from the first officer. They're breaking the cage, and now the Enchantress is going to be able to stall out this next cage, using the power of teamwork there to slow down this Goatman's advance on her. Gonna finally hit him, but it's not that good. Gained a stun out of it. He does have Desperate Fight at least to make up for the fact that pallets didn't happen, but this is going to be very slow of a second chase here for the Goatman. Finally takes her down thanks to a lucky hit through the pallet, or if you want to think about it another way, an unfortunate drop from the Enchantress. And right here going to finally take her down, but still pretty decent situation. Definitely kited a bit there, but not a bad situation by any means. Definitely is going to also break this portal here and just make sure you don't get that mobility around the map.
Not gonna lie, that pallet stun was real short. I don't think our Enchantress was quite ready for that, because it looks like she wasn't ready to go to the next pallet of protection quite yet. Looks like she got caught off guard. What you think?
I think she was already at the pallet, if I'm not mistaken. That pallet was literally next to her. And
however,
yeah,
still getting hit, but...
Oh, and the Excitement here is going to be ready.
Stack.
He is going to commit to it and takes her down here.
All right, all right.
Last hit. All she can do now is die in the corner away from the survivors.
Look at the ciphers, man. It's rising. That's what they needed. That's what TE needed to pull this into a tie. The situation doesn't look too bad after all. Goatman did just burn up his trait, so no sort of teleport abnormal shenanigans gonna be available at all. Just gonna be a raw Goatman. However, still a fearsome force is ZZ9 on the Goat. As you can see, look, Vu is hiding over there. Drop is still on that Cypher Priestess, however, able to escape the Goat's clutches, but looks like the Soul Read or just Render Distance gonna come in handy right there. Saw him from far away, sniffing him out like the dog, you know?
Yeah, seeing his shadow from far right here, being able to quickly chase his target, and also having two people on top of each other kiting is really bad for the survivors side. They need to split up here, but there's no real way. The cage is always blocking them in, so it's difficult to get away from him. First officer finally going to break free, going to desperately try to get to the Cypher machine, but now the Goatman is just going to try to chair next to it and start pressuring it as a result of the Magician going down semi-close to it. Now he's just going to get chaired right here, and now he's going to have the power and range of this cage to pressure this chair, but also still be able to reach this, the corner house. Still, though, awkward situation to be in for sure. First officer's risking a lot here by working on the Cypher machine, and he is going to get hit right here, barely by the cage.
Gonna get hit through the ability. Tough. Going down near the Cypher once more is a TE survivor. Buying a little more time with the tram. I love those micromanaging, you know, optimizing a bit. But look, the survivors are forced to take a heal, take a breather, inhale, and reset. But man, it only looks downhill from here unless this Goat doesn't find them. But look at the pressure that he's put on. A beautiful spectacle, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, right here, Goatman is going to just break the cage here. He doesn't quite know where the survivors are because he didn't take that cage. Turns out he was right next to them if he just took that portal. But instead, he's going to just break the portal. Priest is going to get the heal off thanks to her insanely fast healing speed. And now it's going to be a situation of waiting for the stream to fucking stop buffering. And thank you so much, stream, for finally not buffering. Great. And now we're going to see the Goatman chase the Magician here, or not the Magician. I'm losing my head over here. It is the Magician. But no, he's going to go ahead and chase the Priestess instead, blocking off that Cypher, swapping a blink here last second. making sure that constantly he keeps up the pressure on the survivors with those chairs, forcing someone to always address the chairs and make it so they don't have two people who are just really able to do whatever they want. One of them is always forced to rescue, and to rescue you need to heal, which effectively means all three survivors are not able to do any work on the ciphers if they try to heal. One will be on chair and the other two will try to heal. It's always leading to an awkward situation, meaning that now this magician can't do a whole lot except just hide. There's no time to heal, there's no borrowed time, no way to rescue. It's a very difficult situation for sure. This looks like it's probably going to be a 3-man here at least. Most likely even a 4-man with a well-timed go-man. No, he does have borrowed time. Oh, it's the first officer. My mistake. But even then, first officer just gets blocked by the cage and there's not a lot of places to go. Magician could play mind games here to not do the exit gate, but no, he's just going straight for the exit. I think this go-man might just... No, he's going to chair. I thought he might drop here, but no. Is he going to go straight for the gate? He is going to go straight for the gate.
Trapped like a rat is that magician. Wait a minute. He gets away by the skin of his teeth. Do you think he can pull out this solo? Gonna be really hard. Needs a lot of chair time. And no, that's gonna be it. Round 1 going to ACC. Now, as you know, I'm a very busy dog, so I gotta fly, man. I got fishing commentary to go for. Fly fishing. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I gotta fly to catch fly fishing. Thank you for inviting me, Psyche. And I'm gonna pass on over to the next MC, you see?
Yeah, no problem. No problem, Snoop Dogg. All right, take care, brother.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, guys. In the meantime, we're going to better analyze that match and to more talk about what happened. Basically, right there, the go-man, whole strategy at the start of the game is to try to find out where the Enchantress is, taking in that excitement from the very start of the game, and then waiting for it to A, get off of cooldown, and B, to actually find the Enchantress, and then finally C, to wait on those cages so that he can throw in a burst of cages on the Enchantress. So that way, even if she uses her stun on the first cage, and let's say that cage barely runs out just after she uses a stun, he'll have another cage ready. The idea there is to get up to around 80 energy or 90 energy, so then by the time he finishes using 2 cage, he will have gained the last 30 he needs for a 3rd cage to immediately fall up and try to burst her down with multiple cages in the case that he needs it. But he did not need it. 2 cages plus an excitement was enough. Able to take her down quite quickly as a result, putting Stars in such a rough spot early on. She was able to get a little bit of a Caillou later on this match, but it just wasn't quite enough. Goman was able to constantly put on pressure, find the survivors together. I think most importantly was the real nail in the coffin there. Killing the Enchantress is one thing, but we've seen a lot of survivors still tie matches even in a position where they were behind on decode. What really was the nail in the coffin for these survivors is the fact that Magician and First Officer got found together. And at that point, it was just a matter of now 2 survivors are not doing anything. The time they spent healing and meeting up and not working on cipher machines, which they could have, was now time spent wasted, essentially. So nothing really happened there, and as a result, Act is going to get a huge point lead. We usually don't see such a huge point lead, but now we're going to see a 7-2 situation. Now, in this kind of rule set in IVL, the rules are that we go by wins here. So technically the points difference doesn't really matter as much. What really matters is the fact that you win or lose the round. So it doesn't matter how badly you lose, TE, all they have to do is still win round 2, and it's like, it's basically even now. You know, obviously you still have to keep in mind, if you guys tie round 3, then obviously that point difference will make a difference. But if they can win 2 more rounds here, it's like the 5-point difference is not going to matter. So points here, not going to be as big of a deal as long as you can maintain the ties and maintain wins. It's not over by any means, although normal rule sets this might be over if it was based off points, unless of course you pull out an extreme 5-man escape, 5-man kill. It's going to be hard to come back from something like that. So definitely nice that it's not just down to round 1 and boom, Act is most likely going to win. No, it's not going to be that simple. So in the meantime here, we do see the Goman take down these survivors. Just with the strong use of excitement early on, really actually was helpful there. Seems a little bit silly to use it on a single stun, but right there, it definitely was very helpful. Oops. I wanted to check up on how Miki is doing. Anyway, guys, Miki, are you still there, or are you still busy? All right. Let's give him a second. For now, we'll keep on talking. So, for the second matchup, again, we usually don't see a Goman round 1 nowadays, but Goman's still proving to show how strong of a hunter he is. I think a lot of people are kind of flocking to Queen Bee because it is just like what's being used the most right now, and I do think she's a very good hunter, but there is something to be said about just hard countering Goman, and now the survivors are scared to go something like Flywheel, because of the fact that Queen Bee exists. Flywheel is a lot worse against Queen Bee, and Broken is a lot worse against Goman. So nowadays, Goman has in a way become buffed because of the fact that Queen Bee exists, and Queen Bee is such a stronger hunter against Flywheel users than Goman is. So then that kind of forces survivors to play mind games, like, is he going to go Goman? Is he going to go Queen Bee? Should we play Flywheel and prepare for a Goman, or should we try to like split even here and try to have some people with Broken Windows, some people with Flywheel? I think it's like a really interesting thing about Queen Bee existing, because even if you don't pick Queen Bee, the fact that Queen Bee exists changes what kind of builds the survivors can run. Because obviously if the S tier hunters all were countered by Flywheel, you would only see Flywheel in tournaments. But because there's this dynamic, interesting dynamic of like Queen Bee being bad against Broken Windows and Goman being bad against Flywheel, it forces the survivors to think critically, like, what are we going to do here? Are we going to like play even and play safe? I can try to counter both hunters evenly and try to have an even amount of Broken Windows and even amount of Flywheels. Should we put more Broken Windows than Flywheels? Should we put more Flywheels than Broken Windows? It really does make a difference what you choose to run. The dynamic of your kite can change dramatically depending on what persona you bring into the match. In the meantime, though, we are going to see a Moonlit map pick, which is going to mean that we might see a Hullabaloo here. Hullabaloo, one of the strongest hunters on Moonlit, just because of the fact that he can jump over the river and essentially has some of the best mobility in the entire game when it comes to just a hunter. Well, of course, technically Wu-Chang has better mobility if we talk about just mobility, but Hullabaloo has an insane mix of both mobility and it's just very, very reactive as well. It can go up multiple story buildings. It is a very powerful tool to use Hullabaloo on a map like Moonlight. Combined with his very strong chase, could be very good. Now, Moonlight is going to be subbing in. If I'm not mistaken, I think Moonlight might be the opera singer player. Oh no, it's going to be actually the Queen Bee player. So most likely we're going to see Queen Bee here. And Queen Bee is very good on Moonlit too. A lot of short walls. Very similar story to why Ripper and Gamekeeper are some of the better hunters on Moonlit. Not that Ripper is that amazing of a hunter, but one of his better maps is Moonlit because of the fact that there is lots of low terrain and his Foggy Blade travels over them. Similar to Gamekeeper Hook as well. And same thing with Queen Bee. Similar to Queen Bee, she's able to shoot shots over those walls, which can lead to those very interesting shots over walls, and then therefore getting the critical chip damage that you need in those key moments of the game. We're going to see here some fans over here writing something. Cannot read it. Maybe some of you can translate for me. But yeah, just gonna be patiently waiting here for the match to start. Miki, you there yet? Yo, thank you so much, Creamy Michi, for the $5 donation, by the way. Yo, is that Snoop? Yeah, that is Snoop Dogg. That was yesterday's joke. And that was because Miki wasn't here, and now Miki has become Snoop Dogg. So, or not Miki has become Snoop Dogg. Of course, Snoop Dogg came over. Ha ha ha, guys. Anyway, Miki's going to be coming back shortly here. As soon as he's ready. But yeah, let me quickly get something to drink. All right, and going into the first half of game 2, we're going to see Moonlight right away here ban Seer and Antiquarian, definitely not Prospector, as his first 2 picks. And in response, we're going to see Mercenary and Patient. Patient, of course, is one of the best survivors on Moonlit, and also quite a good survivor against stuff like Hula Blue, which we did mention before is a very strong hunter pick on a map like this. Mercenary, of course, going to have very good mobility on a map like Moonlit as well. Going to be able to quickly reach any rocket chair that he needs to, and even if he gets seen from far, he can just boost right past the hunter. Matador is a very strong survivor, so of course it makes sense to ban that as well. And we're going to see Psychologist in response. Archer, of course, another great ban here. I think it still could be a Hula Baloo. These looks like hunter bans that are based off of not being able to hit survivors immediately on the knockdown. So something like Opera Singer. Oh, I guess Opera Singer could also be picked here. I mean, these are really good Opera Singer bands here to pick. Seer counters Opera, so does Matador in a way as well. I'd say he's pretty strong against her. And finally, we have Archer. Is going to be just annoying harasser in general, just an annoying support character. Can harass and support her teammates from a distance, from safety, without being at any danger herself. So yeah. This is a pretty, I'd say, nice team comp. You never see the Psychologist Patient combo. usually if you see Psychologist, you usually don't see Patient, because Psychologist kind of does good against Goman, but Patient does not. And then Patient does good against Hula Baloo, but Psychologist like does not. And there's like that weird dynamic between them where you never really see them play together because they kind of counter the opposite hunter. But in this situation, we're going to see both. Welcome back, Mickey. How you doing, bro?
Yo, am I late to my block? I'm so sorry, dude. I woke up really late. How is everything going? I didn't catch round 1.
Yeah, you're good, bro. So we're going to be watching, looks like, Act versus TE. We already had Act get a 4-man elimination as Goatman, and it was a really dominant showing right there. From
wait. Was there Queen B? I didn't see. Was there Queen B?
There was 1 round of Queen B. Just 1 round of Queen B. And we are going to see Opera Singer here. So it turns out it is actually Opera Singer. Okay. Makes sense.
Looks like an opera type of night, yeah. All right, Psyche, what do you think about Opera Singer on Moonlit? I remember you telling me that survivors played Moonlit to counter Opera Singer, but now it seems like it's like her playground. Like, what do you think here?
I wouldn't say it's her playground. I think it's just Opera Singer is a strong hunter here in general. But it was back in the day something you used to see Opera Singers not want to see. A lot of survivors would pick Moonlit because there was a lot of open space, a lot of open areas where Opera Singer couldn't get a lot of dashes going in a row without getting stopped by a big open space at some point. Nowadays, I think another reason I think is operas have since adapted, I think, very well. Like now we've seen strategies like right here with this opera's doing, where the opera spawns at the God Corner, and then they go right into 2-story. And what do you do now? Do you vault? Do you vault the window? Because then if you vault the window, you're gonna be right next to the shadows. So I think it's also a part of it is become operas have become better at playing Opera Singer, to be completely honest.
It's like she sets up a trap without even like having to do much. Like she spawned in and she's already in advantage state. Like that's kind of crazy, honestly. And I love that adaptation that the Opera Singer players have made to like her meta. And, you know, for a character you thought that was like kind of bland, but like, you know, having neat traps and setups with a character like that, impressive, honestly, and really cool to see.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not that hard to do, but it is, of course, something that you have to take in consideration when you play Opera Singer, being able to leave shadows behind as you pass, and then being able to carefully use which one you need in order to quickly catch a survivor before they use any pallets. So right here, we're going to see Moonlight going straight into that 2-story and using that strategy we just talked about, first off the rocket chair, then onto the locker to be able to reach the locker. And yep, we're going to see that exact same thing happen over and over here. It's going to be a
hit, man.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do here as the Psychologist, except just run towards God Corner, and that's going to mean that Moonlight gets a pretty good start here. Definitely will say.
So what Moonlight needs here is a 3-man or better if he wants to continue this great lead that his team has. So, but either way, Ty would be fine, and Opera is just the character to do it. Kick flip right here, no pallet. Ooh. What do you do, Malm? Do you make it to this next pallet? What a nice ability with the turning the corners and everything from Malm right here. Playing at the pallet is Malm.
And another huge palace in there. It was a nice ability, but I think what it was way more noticeable than the ability there was the fact that Opera Singer just missed the dash. If she didn't miss that, I think she might have still hit the Psychologist. Hard to say, to be honest, because I'm not too familiar with the buff yet. But she did miss it. Oh, right here, Psychologist gonna block the dash here. Very smart, knowing that she's anyway gonna take a hit. So run into it to may as well put it on cooldown. Good move.
And now
right
she's walking for fun, as you like to say.
But she's not walking for fun. It's just the cooldown was going on.
No, I know I'm trolling.
No one says she's
but
walking
yeah.
for fun, bro. Anyway.
Speaking of cooldown, Blink's cooldown gonna be going off because it's used up there for the kill, and the ciphers are looking quite fine, Psyche.
Yeah, this is some decent kiting here, despite the really awkward start. I think him missing the dash right there, followed up by the palace stun, really just changed the dynamic, or not the dynamic, but the flow of that kite entirely. And right here, we're going to see Moonlight try to sneak a hit on some rescuer here from far. He does find Mercenary, and this is going to be a hit on the Mercenary. Withering effect going to slow him down here, so he doesn't get as much of a speed boost, but he still doesn't need to use an elbow pad here. Just one elbow pad was enough to make the rescue, and now he's just going to have to go after Psychologist, who is now dying in the corner. And this is potentially still a 3-man situation. This is not comfortable at all for Moonlight here. He actually, in a way, got 3 Cypher kited there. It's not quite a 3 Cypher kite, but it's damn well close. Look at these ciphers. One more tide turn, this could be the end. She does also have borrowed time as well, so the Psychologist. So this is a very scary situation for Moonlight right here.
It's also low-key going to be kind of hard to get her next kill. Not only are they able to sell Malm if they so choose, but you got Patient, you got Pharaoh, you got Mercenary. None of those are fun to chase for Opera Singer, especially with the new Patient buffs. But speaking of Patient flying in is Gege right here, not to be confused with the JJK author. Gege TE gonna rescue here from Malm and gonna use up yet another Tide Turner pallet stun again from the side of Malm. Malm's just excellent work on this pallet play at the moment.
Not really necessary
gonna
stun
buy
there.
much time.
Yeah, not really necessary stun there because of the tide turn being active, but it does mean she's able to get in position sooner to do her the rest of her kite here. Not like she's in that amazing of a place. And there, oh, that was actually the 4th Siren machine, brother. I need to go to bed. I was like, how are they? I'm like, oh, they must have 5 ciphers. No, they don't even have a 5th cipher machine. I'm a little bit confused that they don't at least have a 5th
Okay, but I like the
machine.
slowdown. I like the neutral reset here, but this is dangerous because Opera is able to get around the map like it's like free real estate. So should she find someone healing, it's going to be quite troublesome for the survivors. 2 survivors near one area, but Moonlight not aware of this. Wait, but is he going to check
she does
the
find the patient. So this patient is who she's looking for. This is the half health person that she wants. It's going to allow her to snowball much quicker, and it's just going to need 1 hit to knock him down this way. That way you can get someone on chair much faster. Ooh. And he, I think, messed up his 1000 presents right there.
A dash. I think that's a dash miss too, right? He's walking, yeah.
Oh, and now he uses the 1000 presents
and he
for no
tosses
reason.
the blanket.
Okay, so he meant to use that earlier and didn't end up using it, and now he uses it for no reason. So a lot of mistakes.
A little bit of a technical flub here from Moonlight. Yet another miss. Will Gege get the hook? And does get the hook.
I don't know what's happening here, unfortunately. There are a lot of mistakes here happening in succession here, and it's going to allow Patient to build off of that. Then hook away, followed by another missed dash from Moonlight here.
A missed dash is going to be a blunder there, and Gege going to punish it all the way to the moon. And not having a second target on chair at all is Moonlight here, Psyche. Given that they are only on their first chair, anything can happen when it comes to rescuing. Moonlight cannot sit, kick his feet up like a second chair or something with a big map. No, anything is possible on the table. Mercenary with an elbow pad, and drop could be around. But drop the Pharaoh lady gonna be on the gate at the moment, but Moonlight gonna chair all the way in the back of this tent right here. Gonna make the chair long as possible, far as possible from the first gate, and going to burn the teleport right here. 47 on the gate and rising, and drop the finest target for the survivors to have because you can't see him.
Yes, this is very annoying right here. One of the most annoying survivors for Opera Singer to go against. She gets this guaranteed invisibility, and she's going to use her abilities twice here to slowly get it back here. One of the best survivors you can use against Opera Singer because of that fact. Ooh, predicting the flywheel.
Good wait. I love the patience.
Indeed, and right here, gonna knock her down. The only thing is, can he make it to the other gate on time? They did just start it, and it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to... or the Hunter's going to be able to stop that gate from happening. Stars are going to be able to escape here. So his best luck here is to maybe hope someone's going for a dungeon for some reason, but they are not. It looks like they're all just going for the gate, and Moonlight right here going to end this game with a pretty safe tie here. And yeah, if he just killed that patient way sooner, imagine how much more in control the opera singer would be here, because not killing that patient soon enough with no borrowed time meant that now they could just pop without having to worry about any rescues, anything like that. And then no chairs either on him, either gonna make sure the mercenary has plenty of time to make it without that patient dying. And yeah, just made things very difficult there for the opera singer. The mistakes on the end definitely played a big part though.
Yeah, the execution errors are going to be rewarded for the survivors and going to be punished quite adequately, I'd say, quite properly, and going to put the hunter into that tie scenario. When Opera Psyche, we've seen her put another survivor on chair really quickly after killing their first target, but this time around it looks like that's not going to be the case whatsoever. So I mean, I'm really surprised to see that. However, a lot of technical errors, so we're gonna have to clean up that gameplay a bit. If I'm Moonlight, I'm thinking, okay, I missed a couple of dashes and that costed me my potential win on a very strong character on this map. And man, it's like I said, man, just not having a second share at all at the second part of the phase of the game just meant that anything could happen. Rescue, as you saw, happened. They were already ready. They read the teleport, survivor already on the way, and they ran into the Pharaoh, which could buy the most amount of time there.
Yeah, absolutely there. Just not a whole lot to do against him besides just guess where the Pharaoh lady is. Not a whole lot to do there. And yeah, if it just weren't for those mistakes, like you said, Miki, that would have been the difference maker for sure. And so now that means that TE has a little bit of a breath of relief here, going to be able to maybe get themselves a win here this round. Would be really nice, or at the very least still tying it up to ensure that they don't go into a 2-round loss and just lose this matchup on the spot.
2-0, a 20.
So you guys see the score now is going to be 9-4 in the back of the Chinese commentators there, and it's going to be shown right here as well. 9-4, still a huge point gap, so technically TE didn't make up any ground, but right now their goal is to just survive right now. Survive and make it to round 3, because if they don't make it to a round 3, then any strong survivors they have saved up until this point will be all for nothing. So they need to make sure that they already played Survivor, so whatever those survivors use at this point, there's no question about it. There's no going back anymore. But now Axe Hunter is going to, no, not Axe Hunter, but TE's Hunter is going to go up next. And Axe Survivors would have to 3-man this game in order to close out this matchup in a 2-round victory. Not a big thing to easily do. It's going to be very difficult for sure, so I think they're just going to most likely play it safe if they can, because the worst thing to do is to give the lead back to their enemy team. When they're already this ahead,
right,
if you keep on tying the matches, then TE still loses. So if they played safer, if they played smart and slow and just deny the Hunter from ever getting anything more than a tie, then you can totally win this matchup just out of just tying after this, as cheesy as it is.
Psyche, that is a great strategy. True, there's no longer a need to build that lead. Your team has already done more than enough for you, especially Zeze9, bro, with that 4K on the Goatman, apparently. Like I said, it wasn't there, but that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Goatman these days be like in 3-mans and 2-mans, and what is that meme, bro? China, again, elite with the memes, bro. They're hilarious. I have no idea who that is, but I'm sure it's very funny. But like I said, you don't really need to focus.
You know what's making me laugh? What's making me laugh is all the American viewers are looking at this and looking at her like, what an idiot. And then we laugh at Skibbity Toilet and 6'7". That's what's making me laugh. I'm not laughing at the meme.
How do you know? How do you know the Americans be like, man, what did? How do you know that?
I just want to be totally honest here. Me and all the Americans here who have no idea what's going on in China with these memes are just looking at this like, bro, what is this? A low quality garbage that I'm looking at. This is not funny at all, right? And then we hear 6'7" in the wild. It's like, ah! 6'7", 6'7". Ah! Like literally it's the exact same thing. Maybe we're more connected than we think. The world is so
Maybe.
connected, guys. And yeah,
Maybe,
of course,
maybe.
skibbity toilet exists.
Speaking of connection, though,
Although
Psyche,
that's
have
more
you
of a
been tuning
younger
into the
generation.
World Cup?
Sorry, World Cup? No, I haven't.
Yeah, World Cup soccer. So like, bro, apparently a lot of the Europeans are coming here and they're realizing a lot of things in America are better than in Europe. For example, this lady that discovered ranch dressing, and she said this tastes like crack.
Wait, they don't have ranch in Europe?
They don't have ranch.
Bro,
And not only
imagine
that,
going
they're-
into a restaurant
Mhm.
or some wing place in Europe and not having ranch.
You
Are you
want ranch?
kidding
And you
me?
want the ranch, and they're like, no, we do not have the ranch. We have something else. We have the barbecue. Like the chicken. That's
Mickey,
Italian, but like,
that's French, dog. Mickey, is that supposed to be a representation of every European person?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But there's also other things that they don't get. Like, okay, here's where I agree with them. Shoes and houses. I don't get why
Okay,
the
Mickey,
Americans
we'll
like
have to
that.
continue this another time because we got to get
Oh.
into the matchup.
Sure, right. Picks and bans coming in, not globally, but just morally understood. We got Gravekeeper Psychologist being picked. No need to be from a different country to realize these are good characters right here, right? Yeah. You got Mercenary, Lanternist, Seer on the bans. Again, mutually really good bans. Don't need to be a foreigner to know that. And ACT Archer comes up into play. Archer on the Moonlit River Park. I do like the idea of Archer to stuff out a potential Ditto, aka character for character, so another opera in this case. Archer again also covering stuff like Clown, which is great on this map, covering stuff like Breaking Wheel, because as you know.
I don't think we're going to see a Clown after they ban Mercenary and Patient and Lanternist.
Okay, but like you need to lay out the option. Yes.
No, they're
gonna
not
see
going to go Clown, you dumbass. They're not going to go Clown.
Okay, they're not gonna go Gamekeeper either, right? Oh, let's just talk about what they're not gonna go
Gamekeeper would
instead of
be better than
considering all
Clown in this position. Believe it or not.
Gamekeeper. Yeah, Gamekeeper could hook Gravekeeper. It's not even gonna be a Gamekeeper. Why are we talking like it's gonna be a Gamekeeper?
Because it's
dude?
better
not
than
gonna be
Clown, that's for sure. What are these D tier picks from our co-commentator here? All right.
What do you want me to? What do you want me to say? What
I'd
if he
like
goes
you to
his
say,
famous
I'd like you
Naiad?
to see what the survivor ban, what the hunter has picked, and think about, looking at this map, maybe it's gonna be upper or hula blue. You know, Miki, it's not that hard to look at the book
naming
and see that
map
only 4
niches.
hunters in this game are getting picked right now.
Bro, I'm naming map niches, okay?
It's never
Hula
gonna
blue-
happen. Why would you ban Lanternist, Mercenary, Patient? Who are you? What kind of idiot are you that you're banning this and then picks Cloud? Who's doing this? Who? Are you trying to make it harder on yourself by preventing them from hard countering themselves? Who are you trying to beat yourself? Hula
That's
Blue.
Hula Blue.
There we
Look
go.
at that. Archer
Thank
also does
you.
really good against Hula Blue.
Thank you, Pepe, for knocking some sense into this guy, bro. Thank you.
Man, Hula Blue right out of
Comments
the woods
from our
yet either. Look at
co-commentator.
this
Are you
call.
surprised? Are you
This
surprised?
literally, bro, literally.
Oh my god, brother! If NetEase heard you like show up to the interview and like, what is it? Try out for interviewer? For not interviewer, for commentator, bro. You'll be fired on the spot before they even hired you.
Heck no!
Who's
You
making
take that
Clown?
back. You know they have hired worse, much worse than me, bro.
Let's not talk about that, shall we?
Do you disagree?
I do disagree. Nello isn't that bad.
No,
Nello's
you
good.
no. We're not naming names, but there's no way you disagree. Dude, don't PMO.
Listen, at least Nello knows what Blink is, dog. At least he knows Clown hard counters. I hope he knows Clown hard counters Lanternist. He does, right?
No
he
names,
knows
bro.
that,
I'm not
right?
talking about him, by the way. I'm talking about someone else.
No. Who else? That's
There have been
literally-
worse.
That was literally the worst person I could think of, and Nello is not that awful. He just says some
funny
weird
enough.
stuff sometimes.
No, he's not the
Oh,
worst.
you're
He's
talking
not
about
quite.
Happy
No,
Dog?
okay.
You're talking about Happy Dog?
No. Was that dude actually a commentator?
Yeah, he was a commentator. He was a talking PNG. I don't know how he convinced them. Did they have no one else at the time? Like, there's no way.
I did not know about that. Okay, probably them then, right? Like, you don't even show up for the job, face-wise.
Well,
But
he
showing
did-
up
he
to
did
this
make
match
it.
is going to be TE Pepe, and he's going to show up for a high score, possibly for his team to make up for all of it, and he's going to chase XY over at the coaster right there. And you know what else is showing
Ooh,
up?
a really
Two
good
double
start.
surprises right there. TE Pepe cornering XY. XY going to pop the first cloud, and with no jumps online, going to the side is a perfectly fine option here. Psyche, take it away.
I'll take it away, Miki. And right here, the meteorologist is going straight for the window boost here, but it's not going to really add to much here. The window boost was kind of going to waste right here. And now going to immediately get hit by a hit here, a regular hit, so he still has the clone up. Can he get the double hit though? I mean, meteorologist running back to a pretty crappy pallet right here and not be gonna be able
This
to
is
do a whole
definitely
lot here.
misrouting. This is misrouting. Oh goodness
And
gracious.
gonna use
the
the
down.
cloud here, getting nothing off here. I mean, even if she used it on time, she would have just died to the 1000 presents, even if she flew over something there.
Psyche, that's all of
Not
her
really seeing
abilities.
it.
There's no rebound.
Oh yeah, you're right. She used every single one of her ability because 2 clouds counts as using 50% or more of your bottles. So if you use 2 clouds, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else to use as the meteorologist here. This is going to be devastating right here for Team Act right here. They were looking to get maybe a win here to close out this round, maybe at least a tie here to not put the enemy ahead. Things are not looking good at all, though. Maybe potential terror shock. No terror shock, but it is going to be a double
No
hit.
terror shot there. Gao gonna do his job or not. Double hit on the psychologist. If you're a TE fan, you're cheering right now. If you're ACT's coach, you're like, what the hell is my team doing?
Yeah, things are not looking good for them at all. It's very rough right now.
ACT HQ shaking the fists right now, but okay, gonna go to the corner, buy a little more time, gonna cut their losses.
Cut their losses. Miki, this is a big loss. What do you mean cut losses? They're getting a huge loss.
There ain't no cutting losses, they're cutting checks, you know what I mean?
What's going on here is that usually we'd be talking about how in this position with the second chair, how it's scary when a survivor doesn't even have a 5th cipher started. Guys, this chair was happening without a 4th cipher being started, so things are not looking good for
really?
Act right now. Yeah, so they have
yeah,
this 4th
right.
cipher at 35 now, but when this chair started, it was at 0. So it's not looking that great here, and the rescuer gets double hit. Talk about a way to put himself further and further and further in this head. Pepe's not stopping putting full gas on these survivors, and there's just nothing you can do. Haha, full gas, he's farting on the survivors. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot they can do.
What? Hey, man, but, not speaking of a fart, disappearing in thin air is XY's chances of seeing the exit gate because the 3rd chair is the meteorologist. Poof! Gone. Police brutality everywhere. And as you can see here, Pepe gonna jump all over the bridge, gonna utilize it to its fullest, and Gao Gao is gonna be the next to get chased. However, full health because of the benefits of psychologist, or as I like to say, psychologist privilege.
Ooh,
Ooh,
still
a pallet
gets hit
stuff.
there though. Not a whole lot to do there in this situation. The Palston is the best she can do. At the very least, it's just one color, given the fact that he was literally on top of her just moments ago. Still, though, really not a great situation to be in as survivors. The fact that there's an immediate chase happening after someone just went down, no time to reposition,
And
no
the
time
target
to think
is
about what's
dead
going on.
already.
Exactly, no time to heal the Gravekeeper either. They had no time to do anything this match. Forced to do nothing but decode and put the pressure on the Hunter to leave this chair is the best they can do. Is going to force it, but a half-health Gravekeeper is not exactly something you want as a survivors right now. Fast pallet breaking Hula Blue going to quickly clean up these pallets in Moonlit, and at this point, I mean, he didn't have to. He didn't have to
Wrong
hit the shovel,
side of the pallet.
He did not know the shovel was
White
about to
Shadow
be
gonna slow the interaction speed, so it's even easier for him to get the kill.
Absolutely.
Man, Psyche, you know what you don't want? You don't want to be in ACT's shoes right now, man. It's like a tough.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously you had the lead, but it looks like you're giving it all away. It looks like Pepe is gonna take it back for his team, and if he 4K Psyche, they will be tied up, right?
Yes, no, it's gonna be, yes, it would be. Oh, and picking up, I don't really, I mean, I think he dropped there. A little bit indecisiveness happening to Pepe right here. Gonna give Act a chance to break free from this match now. This is still not comfortable here. But it is a lot of free kite time that they just got right there, all because Pepe decided to drop and then try to go back to chair, but having no way to go to the chair, decides to pick back up, and now the survivor struggles free. A little bit awkward there for him. but it's gonna
A chair
finally
error,
trigger
a chair, if you will, on Pepe's side right there.
Absolutely,
And luckily, the survivor's progress is not that high, so it's really not gonna matter too much. But they did, like you said, they did get a lot of free kite time. Remember, you gotta be decisive with your decisions here. That includes chairing, the very basics. Chairing, you gotta make sure that you're sure where you're going, and don't give them a struggle, because in the event that you're not a character like Hullabaloo who can instantly down the survivor, that could have been really bad.
Right here, the Hullabaloo gonna put so much pressure on the psychologist. She does have broken windows here, which is gonna be a big help in stalling out this match. He's gonna go in the corner here, or not in the corner, but on the side, forcing him to turn around his colors for him to be able to get the damage on her. And now gonna get the second chair on the psychologist, and because of the fact that it was after half, she's also just dead immediately on the spot. Now Pepe just needs to find at least one more survivor, and things are going to be looking a lot better for him. At the very least, a 3-man here. Hopefully a 4-man is what he's looking for. Definitely would put his
you know what's not dead, though? You know what's not dead?
What?
Not dead are the chances of TE winning this set now, with Pepe so graciously providing this team with potentially looking like a 4K at the moment. Can ACT put a stop to this? Well, stop won't, because stop is about to be dead. Oh, never mind. The flywheel comes off. Stop said, hush, Miki. You know what's good. I know what's good. And he's going to be kiting for a good while. And his teammate, Ling Yun, is working on a 20 cipher and rising. However, this is troublesome, Psyche, because he could just snowball. Snowball is an option here. Slugging is an option here. Archer is eventually going to run out of arrows. And Ling Yun is eventually going to run out of resources as well, Psyche. So it looks like the Hunter can only hope to expire all these resources and then just punish off of that afterward.
Yes, really awkward here for the survivors here to do anything of value here. There's not much to do here except hope that you don't find the last survivor. The rescuer right here does have 2 very strong abilities here, holding an elbow pad and half a football here, going to be a big help to survive longer. Really, the name of the game here is to try to have both survivors be 75% bled out or more, and both near the dungeon, so that way no matter who Pepe kills, the other one can get dungeon immediately as it opens up. That's going to be something that removes that the devs are going to remove in the future update because of the fact of what happened in this previous. Wow, and what an insane jump! I didn't even know you can do that. I thought it would just force you. Yeah, really good jump there, forcing the Gravekeeper to use the roller coaster immediately there because of the really nice movement there.
Okay, nice reaction from Ling Yun. Not going to take the black to the face, but there's going to be the red. The white. Nope, not the white, just the red.
Yeah, and right here, going to take a color at some point right here. Both colors, because he was inside of the white when he hit with the black main body. So right now, going to finally go down. And the question is he going to find Stop right here? The Hunter doesn't necessarily know that Stop is running right here. Does he see her shadow? I think
he's gonna put a stop to all the shenanigans.
Ooh, the tinnitus coming in, coming out, and tracking her down with the clones. The clones always point in the direction of the closest survivor as long as they're within 32 meters of them. Now finally going.
Wow, really? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, now gonna finally find Archer.
Putting a stop to ACT's second round run here is gonna be Pepe putting it on stop. How ironic, but. Yeah, all the resources are expired. You have the other survivor right in front of you. They have self-heal. I mean, they don't have self-heal, so it's even more... Oh, I mistaked borrow time for self-heal. That's what happened. But yeah, all hopes are dying in this Moonlit River Park for ACT in this round. But they can definitely make it back. They're just tied now. There's not like a significant lead because of how well Zeze9 did for them. They're tied now. So there is going to be a close set now. So you guys can hope to expect game 3, potentially 4. Excited to see it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, right there, that was just a classic example of someone going down early on in your game, and there's just not a whole lot the team can do about it. It was just too soon of a down right there, meaning that, I mean, just everything about it was really awkward. Going down the staircase instead of dropping down there from a meteorologist meant that now the meteorologist is stuck in an awkward section of the map, You saw right there, she used her cloud and she still didn't really gain that much out of it. Followed by a broken windows boost that all she did with was drop a pallet and then stay near the hula blue anyway. And then running to probably the worst pallet in that entire area. I mean, that is just not how you route out things. Definitely not a great route from her. And it's going to cost your team big time right there, because now there's just not much they can do after that. It just means that Hula Blue is going to be able to immediately go over the river, find the psychologist. At that point, the whole center of the map is just like a dead zone, man. A dead man zone, bro. Like, anyone near it, and even if it's not like appearingly that near, like that psychologist was really at second stop, and she just immediately is getting chased by the Hula Blue. There's just not a whole lot to do because of the fact that river exists and the fact that the broken carousel exists. You just jump through both of those, and just like that, not a whole lot to do really. We're gonna see.
So Psyche, how would you have routed there if you were the meteorologist against the Hula Blue? What would you have done?
I definitely would have dropped down first there. I think dropping down instead of going down the stairs regularly would have been better, because she immediately got cornered against the wall. And then, of course, when you drop down, you're able to use the pallet instead of your ability. And then you can save your abilities for when after the Hula Blue uses his clones, because she used her ability when he was already on cooldown. So all you really did was stall out a basic hit, and now you're still going to die to his basic hits. Right. And because of the fact you also used a cloud, that cloud is very expensive. You're going to need something a little bit better than the cloud.
It's half of your ability.
Yeah, it's fine if the hunter doesn't have like insolent Hula Blue jumping over stuff, but once he is about to get a hit on you, it's just one jump away from you dying. It's just not a good kiting area anymore at that point. I would have used definitely the blows more, would have been nice. Trying to use the center of the kiting area, the slide center kiting area map with the two pallets in the middle are really important to use as well against Hula Blue. Combining it with a wind at some point, a sneaky wind, definitely would have given a lot of distance right there. Meteorologist is a very strong kiter. So
yeah,
it was just a bad route. It was literally that simple. Just a bad
route.
I
agree. I think definitely misrouting from the side.
No good item usages here. I mean, right here, going to get hit in the middle of the cloud. She just used it.
Dang, that's tough. And even like Psyche, and even if she gets that ability, then what? Hula Blue is able to jump now. He's got insolence online.
Yeah,
you
even if she
needed to transition away when he couldn't. Anyway. Yeah, you needed to transition away against Hula Blue when he doesn't have that jump. That's the only time you can really transition against him, Psyche. And you have broken windows as the meteor, so if you use an efficient boost, you can get to those two pallet areas in that window, and when he doesn't have the presence, Psyche, that can be a decent area against him, up until he gets his presence back.
But once you're like 2 colors in and he's about to get his double surprise back, that's not really a good kiting area anymore. You can get like one loop out of it. That's what I'm saying, like at that point there's a lot of things you can do as a meteorologist, but I think it's pretty simple there to just drop down there, use the pallet, and at that point you can use the cloud to fly over, because he's not going to be that far behind. All he has to do is just go around the pallet or choose to break it. At that point, that's when you can use the cloud and fly over the other side, and then there's some value to be had there. But even then, I'm not a big fan of the cloud against Hula Blue, because it doesn't take that long to get the clones back. By the time you would finally use it in your kite, like I'm suggesting, he would only be like 8 seconds away from his next clones. Maybe you can get like 1 loop, but the problem is that
he's already pretty fast, with Hunter's Instinct too, essentially.
Yeah, the problem is going to become the fact that let's say you do commit to the idea and you're like, oh, okay, it's fine, I'll just eat the hit here and I'll fly over and I'll still be far away from the hunter. He just zones you in there, waits for his insolence, jumps over, and you're dead. You're just literally dead because you already used the good pallet there. You could use the wind, but then you're still in a lot of trouble. I just feel like it would have been better to drop down, use the first pallet, force him to break it, or go around. One or the other is better. Both are fine, and then you can use the middle pallet area. There's a lot of options you can do. Maybe if the hunter commits both their jumps at some point, you see an opening, then you can use the cloud, but that requires you keeping track of like when he has his jump available, what are the cooldowns of it. And now we're going into a little bit more advanced territory, but if we want to keep things simple, just drop down the 4-stop, like drop down area, go straight to the pallet, drop in, and you can head to the center of the 3rd stop area with the 2 pallets in the window area, especially because she had broken windows. That's a very good area to be in. Combined, you can keep looping it and then combine it with the window boost as the last little bit to finish off using that area and then transition to the next one, which It's just
Like Psyche, it looked like she was playing like she had flywheel or
Yeah.
only tide. Like it didn't look like she was playing with broken windows. Like to play broken windows, you need to use that boost as effectively as possible to get away from Hullabaloo because that thing is gonna be not far behind even with the broken windows boost. So you best use that. And Psyche overall dropping down and using that palette over a forward stop, it's just a great way to start any kite, honestly, especially against a top 4 character. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he does have fast power bringing, so he would get through it quickly, but it would definitely be better than hiding on the edge of the map and using your ability when he has no abilities of his own to kill you with. Just
best way to play this game still is trading. Hunter uses an ability, you use an ability.
I didn't realize that I was I didn't realize that I swapped my screen right there.
Wait, what do you mean? What happened?
Oopsie, my bad, bro. Never mind, sorry, my bad. I was gonna
commentator jump scare.
I was gonna like remove a song from the playlist, bro. Oh, we have some people right here showing necklaces from the new game modes, the cryptic game modes. A lot of people enjoying the new game mode.
Psyche, have you played it?
I have played it, and I want to make a guide about how to defeat all the enemies on YouTube.
Ooh.
So at least it's happening like in the sections of the video that people are probably skipping anyway, so it's fine, bro. No one's gonna know. No one's gonna know in a 5-hour stream, right? Copium.
No, yeah. Hey, remember when you were talking about playing Tomb Busters? Well, they introduced it in your favorite game now.
Oh yeah, by the way.
Goodbye, Tomb Busters.
By the way, about that, it turns out that I can't do videos on Tomb Busters anyway now that Cryptic Notes is out, because like why would I? Cryptic Notes is just better than Tomb Busters. There's literally no reason to play Tomb Busters anymore. I like Cryptic Notes more than Tomb Busters because of the fact that it's more convenient for me. I like the palette editions.
It's also, can you gain dice from it, by the way?
You can get dice, but I think it's a little bit too slow. I think it's a little bit too slow.
The best way to still hunter
it's not good
match, right?
Yeah, the best way is to like play Wax Artist, go against the low tier survivors, keep your hunter rank low, and be good at hunter, and you can get wins like in 4 minutes each, like 600 logic points in literally just 4 minutes.
You'd be surprised how much work Ripper does against people who are like don't know how to respect Foggy Blade, don't know how to use abilities against Foggy Blade, bro. Like he can get a kill like really quickly. Like I run him full chase, no detention, and I usually don't make it till the end there against the low tiers. But against more serious players, I won't even play Ripper. I won't even consider it.
Absolutely. So right here, we're going to see a little bit of fans here for Pepe right here, one of the more popular hunters that people are familiar with. Definitely a very talented one at best too. You saw how good he was with Hullabaloo that last game. Getting to, like that double hit, that triple hit, you could say, on the psychologist, on the rescue, followed by a 4th hit on the...
Ooh, baby, a triple! No, but like, what's it called? Psyche, did you know who used to coach to you?
No, I don't. Who was it?
Alex, bro, the really good hunter from Wolves, the notorious, like the one who won him the championship back when Wolves won the Koa. Alex, he was really good. Like, if y'all are IDV watchers for like Koa, like old Koa and stuff, y'all know Alex was a menace on hunter. He was really good, really talented hunter, and retired to the coach position, but he stepped down from TE coaching right before IVL, and I just hope to wonder why, because he did successfully coach them to runner-up on Koa. I don't know, maybe he lost a bet. Maybe he was like, I'm gonna win Koa coaching them, if I don't, I'm gonna retire, and he lost the bet. All the marbles, put it all on black.
I mean, brother, it's a lot more simple than that. He just said he's retiring from competitive.
No, I know, man. Let me create a false narrative to entertain the masses, like.
Wasn't that kind of like lying when he said the opposite?
No, bro, it's like obviously a lie. So they're like, right. They're like, all right, but like, and like even you said it, but everyone thinks it. But you're not supposed to just say it.
So basically, guys, what he's saying is barmaid, or not barmaid, but why am I talking about barmaid, bro? Barmaid's in my head. I hate barmaid.
Barmaid's ugly, according to Psyche. Cancel.
Basically, what he's saying is Alex is he used to be a very popular former hunter, then coach T. I actually didn't know that he coached T, but yeah, now he.
Okay, that one was true. Okay, I did not make that one up.
I think I did see Alex like coaching in the what was it? Was it in Koa? Was he their coach in Koa?
Yeah,
I think
it was Koa.
Yeah, just last Koa, he was their coach. Yeah, it's really nice to see. Like,
Psyche, the Koa streams were so fun.
Oh yeah, there was a lot to watch there for sure. But yeah. We're finally going to be seeing the ban selection go through. Lakeside is going to be the map. We're going to see Pepe here ban Explorer. And in Lantern, it's interesting that we see the Explorer. Maybe Act is known for playing their Explorer quite a bit, and he's going to go ahead and ban it since it is an annoying decoder, able to give value and hard to find in the early and mid game. We're going to have Mercenary here, Matador as the next 2 picks, mostly because Officer and Grapekeeper are picked already. Not a whole lot of Wildling I see in these teams right here, even though I do feel Wildling. Also, no Knight. Very interesting.
Dude, Knight has not been seen at all, right?
Yeah, not a lot of people are choosing Knight.
He's a great character.
I do think Knight is very good, yeah. I'm surprised that people aren't picking more Knight, honestly.
You have Armored Rescue to make sure you pretty much never get double hit. You can run that with Tide too to synergize with it to keep you safe guaranteed, and your Rescuer, if they're by a pallet, you got 6 seconds or so to get to it, and that's really nice. Like it synergizes with companion effect, doesn't it? Because you get off the chair, you have a little bit faster speed, and you have 6 seconds now, and you're more likely to make the pallet with that companion effect. You know what I mean? So like, there's a lot of strategies I'm not seeing utilized here that utilize the Knight. I think he's a character we definitely should see more of. But Lucky Guy, not a character that what's called common character, not anything rare or anything. Lucky Guy is a common pick, but he seems really solid for what he does.
I will admit, yeah, Lucky Guy is going to be picking an item that no matter what Pepe picks here, he will pick an item that tries to counter that hunter. I will say, I think one of the biggest reasons we don't see Knight though is because Knight is so bad into Qist. Pretty much it's really just
he's
a
50-50
guessing his predictions, because he's always going to have abilities to counter any Knight attack prediction. Even just canceling any lines you placed, canceling it early counts as using an ability. So there's just multiple ways to block abilities from Knight. Just a single ball is enough to block 2 attack predictions because of the fact that you can drop 1 ball and then immediately cancel the line from being connected to it. So that's just an easy way to get rid of 2 attacks with just a single ability, if you really think about it.
Yeah. Hey, Psyche, do you know that Qist is actually not Knight's worst matchup? Do you want to know what Knight's worst matchup is?
What, is it Queen Bee?
It's Clown.
Oh yeah, it is also Clown, but no one plays Clown.
It's Clown. Like, Clown is a -2 easily, because when Clown comes at you at the start, guess what? He's already dashing. Knight can't predict that. You can obviously, yes, you can do no predict, but the Clown's most likely going to reach you on time unless you have like a really good palette, a really good window, or whatever. And that's the only way you can really counterplay Clown, and he knows that. So Clown puts on pressure like really, really early, does not let you get that. But yeah, his worst matchup is Clown by far.
Interesting that we see Wax Artist here. Wax Artist can be good in some areas on Lakeside, but I do find that there's a lot of places that survivors can use windows and tall walls to their advantage to deal with Wax Artist pretty well. So I'm excited to see how Pepe deals with the Lakeside threats of tall walls. We have small wall area, we have shack, we have the big boat itself. There's a lot of annoying places for Waxers here. The only really good place for Waxers is like more in the center of the map, but no one's really going to be hanging out
No one's going to be there, right? Yeah, no one's going to be there.
Yeah, no one's really going to be hanging out there, which means that the Waxer is going to really have a tough time chasing anyone. The only places I can really think of is like next to shore and shore itself, and maybe sometimes Big Rock, but even Big Rock has the gray window and pallet to start off your Kai with. So there's not a whole lot to do here.
And Psyche, elephant in the room, Wax Artist is slow. Like, without utilizing warp or teleport or any type of movement traits, Wax Artist is quite slow, and this map is quite large. So it's like he may not, with those exit gate races, those rushes, you know, Opera will make it, Hullabaloo will make it, stuff like that, Goatman will make it, but Wax Artist is not going to make it. Like, if you get even a 10-second kill on the whole other side of the map, and your other survivors are just over there rescuing, you're not making it. You're slow. Like, the character is slow. That's another thing to consider, Psyche. But another thing to think about, though, is once the Lakeside changes come in, how do you think you're going to see the kiting meta change? I think we're going to see a lot more routes being opened up from the Big Rock spawn, Psyche. Because if you hide behind that rock and like wait for the hunter, you can run up that ramp now, right? That's now a viable route to go into boat, because access to the boat is going to be in the back. And I think that's a really cool thing to think about. I've been thinking about it, and I was like, Yeah, then you have access to the windows, which do give you a nice speed boost and do lead to a good spot. So like, yeah, I'm really excited to see how Lakeside changes with the map adjustments.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of interesting things you'll be able to do on Lakeside after the buffs. If you guys haven't checked them out already, Lakeside has some map buffs coming, and there's some really nice ones. They did nerf one of them already, but the big boat spawn of the palette is still keeping the same. So we'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, though, Pepe is going to go straight for Shack here, and going to block off the Shack window is the first thing he does here so that we don't see as many loops around these tall walls here. Gonna force the Matador.
Nice transition, man. That was smooth.
Yeah. Is this the Matador? Is this no, this is not the Matador.
This is the lucky guy, man. He's got the tail. He's on the the S tier skin that you can buy now. 4 spyglasses. 1,000. It's quite a lot. Start saving. But yeah, saving his team looks like it's going to be XY. You did see him kind of fall on his butt against the Hullabaloo last time, but let's see how the lucky guy performs. Utilizing the Shack beautifully as there's no basement. There's no threat for him to worry about here. And he's going to transition over to the Crab Shack. Going to drop this pallet, buy himself maximal time. And Psyche, look at the utilization of the walls.
Yes, absolutely. Always making sure to turn corners around the walls, making sure that he's not giving line of sight for this wax artist to be able to hit him with wax easily. Right here, Pepe gonna easily catch up to him with a single warp, and just like that, there's not a whole lot to do here in this area against wax artists. It's a straight line of waxing him, and there's not a whole lot to do after that. So pretty quick kill here, all things considered. Only one Cypher is about to get finished here, and the rest are not. I mean, 85 is quite a bit, but 55 can be quite behind as well. So someone's going to need to finish the rest of that Cypher.
Especially if he's able to get that splooge off. Does he get it? I don't know. They haven't panned the camera over yet. I think he got it, though. I don't think the Survivor's decoding that Cypher over there. Oh, no, he did it. I think Stop is decoding. He didn't get it. He did not get the splooge.
Stop is decoding a different Cypher, Miki. Or Stop just... Never mind, brother. XY is going to be going right into Big Bo here. Going to just die here. Not a whole lot to do here except die and stay away from his teammates and die on the part of the map that is going to be difficult for wax artists to reach anyone else on. But yeah, no one was doing middle, Miki. It was the guy was in the corner, and that wasn't even stopped to begin with.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yeah, that was the one you tried to splooge, right?
No, you can't reach the Cypher all the way in the corner as wax artist. That's way too far. He was trying to block off
did
middle.
he try to go for middle?
No one was doing middle.
Okay.
No one was doing middle.
No one was doing middle. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one else is gonna do. No one else is gonna rescue here because I would not see a reason to with a slow hunter who burned up his warp. Psyche, as you saw, he did use the warp. I would say that was a really safe warp
Matador
because even if
right here though, Matador is literally rescuing the bottom left right here. You can see him going for the rescue, and he is gonna go for the chair rescue here. He's gonna use the Matador ability. I don't think he gained anything from his secondary though because of the fact that he wasn't considered in chase yet. Lucky guy not going to do
Psyche, do you think buying this 20 seconds of time is going to be worth it in the end?
Yeah,
do you think
absolutely.
This is what they need to get that push?
It was literally free. It was literally technically a free rescue because of the fact that this Matador took no damage. The only thing that it cost him was a tide turn. The point of tide turner is to have 20 seconds of free decoding, and that's exactly what they got. That's literally the best use of tide turner you can possibly get. So really good stuff right there. And it
looks like Pepe didn't expect that rescue at all, by the way. That's probably why it was free, you know?
Yeah, it definitely was free because of that, using the dash also to get to the chair before he could hit him, and then the lucky guy even like body blocked the Matador there to make sure that this endgame is going to be even easier here. You can definitely tie a Waxers in this situation here with a Cypher split like this. There's really nothing to do here as the Waxers except it's just a slow game of hoping that maybe someone messes up and you find someone randomly. But I don't think there's really a whole lot to do for him except see if he can get tinnitus or if he can see that a Cypher shakes.
Remember what I said, Psyche. Wax Artist is indeed slow, and using the warp again is gonna be Pepe soon. Warp is available, probably gonna save it for the end game, but like I said, unless he gets a lucky find like he did on Stop right here, Wax Artist was kind of cooked because you got to walk across the entire thing. But the Matador ability comes out and cancels the wax. That was very clean from Stop right there. And he's got one more Muleta, and he's charging up the secondary ability, the Garnera. 70 and Rising is the final Cypher. Wait, the 1-2. The parry on with the Muleta right there. The 1-2 buckle my shoe combo. Not going to come off, but the hot wax is going to put him down and put a stop to stop shenanigans.
It's absolutely right here. He's actually going to drop here. Probably going to let him struggle out for free, I'm guessing. But I don't really know. I don't really know why he dropped there. I think he might have wanted to teleport there, but then he changed his mind. Maybe he wanted to... I don't know why he wouldn't chair there. I'm just trying to explain why he would, but I think he realized, yeah, this chair is just better in this situation. Mercenary gonna go for a rescue.
Is this the same hunter that also did the indecision with the Gravekeeper, so he dropped them and he went free?
Yeah, a little bit. Similar situation.
Yeah,
or
Pepe just
no,
chair,
that was a
bro.
different hunter. That was a different hunter. No, it was the same.
Oh,
hunter.
wait, was that Season 9?
It was the same hunter. It was Pepe, right? Pepe.
It was Pepe. Yeah, it was Pepe.
So yeah, same thing kind of happened last game where he's dropping here to prevent like instant. Well, right here gonna use
a safe
ability.
Cypher pop right there.
Yeah, Waxers is not even gonna look away from that pal to begin with, and now going to just have the Matador immediately die, but the gate is already being worked on. Does have trump card to stop the gate, but it was a before have rescue, and Mercer's gonna sit around in the background in case he decides to teleport. Is he gonna choose to teleport is the question, or is he gonna try to warp on top of the Mercenary?
Going for the warp.
Let's see.
Does it pay off?
He does warp, but the warp is too late. He goes for the warp just to try to block the gate. Of course, smart decision making there to choose warp there, so in case he needs to, he can go back to the chair, but it just wasn't soon enough. So right here, the two survivors are going to be able to escape, and there's not much more to be said here. By the way, the pal's going to be added right here that he just passed by.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, right where he passed by, they're going to be adding a pal right there, but they put a hole in the wall in literally today, so you can just walk around it now. So I don't even understand what the point of it is, but whatever, it's in the game now. Anyway, typical Waxer just tie right there. Again, with a big map, with the fact that you walk so slowly, there's not a whole lot to do right there, except just do your best, hope that a survivor messes up. Maybe you find someone. He did end up finding someone, and he found someone without borrowed time. That's why I was thinking maybe he'll drop them for the fact that they don't have borrowed time, so you'll recover so fast when you drop them. But it's almost always better to just chair them freely anyway, and then if you can get it over half, boom, you just kill them on the spot. But yeah, right there, we're going to need to see at least a 3 escape from TE for this to not go into a round 4. If they can get a 3 escape here, then we are going to see TE win this. But if Act gets a 3 kill here, then Act is going to win this. So it really comes down to this match right here, and if they tie this, then it's going to come down to round 4 at that point, and round 4 is going to come down to time if they also tie the same result in that situation. So we will have to see.
Would you say it's going to come down to the 3rd act?
Yes, it's going to come down to the 3rd act. What is the pun there? I don't really know the pun.
Act, 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 3rd act.
Yeah, but who uses that phrase, the 3rd act?
Shakespeare, theater.
Are you,
this guy,
are you a theater
bro.
kid, bro? Does anyone here listen to Shakespeare? Oh,
I was a theater kid.
Oh, God, bro. No, but for real though, I think theater is really fun, but I see what you're saying. TE is going to be tying here, Act tying as well, and yeah, it's going to come down to the second half here. Whoever gets a better result here, more escapes, more kills, they're going to be the one who wins this match. Points are all tied up, so it really is going to come down to whoever gets a better score here. 11-11. We'll see what happens here. We're going to need to see someone get something here, but we'll have to see. In the meantime though, Mickey, what do you think? What kind of hunter do you think we could potentially see? There's a lot of bans here going on here, but we did see Opera Singer is the one difference in Act's gameplay. So Opera Singer is going to be used. I'm guessing we're going to see the other 2 S-tier hunters, the most popular S-tier hunters, also banned. So pretty much Go Man, Opera, Hula Baloo, and forgot the last one. I think we might see Shadow.
Queen Bee was used up already, right?
Queen Bee, yeah, and Queen Bee.
Queen Bee and Opera.
Oh no, Queen Bee. Well, Queen Bee is probably gonna get banned. It was Go Man and Opera.
Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, Queen Bee's gonna get auto banned, and then I think the next ban would be like.
Cool.
Trying to think about
Queen Bee and Hula Baloo most likely. Is
Hula
very
Baloo, yeah.
pick, but they might ban Shadow instead here, because if I'm not mistaken, I think the Axe Hunter right here does play Shadow very well. If I'm not wrong, I think he can play Shadow. So they might.
I think so. He also plays Peddler. He also plays.
So they might be worried about the Shadow here. Shadow, of course, is still one of the best
Yo, that
in the
meme
game.
is great.
But has fallen out a lot more out of the meta because of the fact that survivors have since gotten better at dealing with Shadow. Survivors have now realized that if you run in a straight line, even if you don't have a speed up, you can actually always avoid the 20 as long as you go in a perfectly straight line. So that is something to consider. That always exists, and once the gates are active, anyone with borrowed time is always going to be able to run out, even if they mess it up a little bit. And anyone without borrowed time, so they don't get the speed up, well, they can still do it too. So definitely something to keep in mind. But Shadow is really good. The only thing is it's not going to be as simple nowadays as like teleporting on top of them and doing a double stun. It's definitely not going to be
because they can run in a straight line, Psyche.
Yeah, and of course with Shadow having such a long animation time after teleporting on the tombstone, it definitely slows her down a lot.
Do you think it did like significant damage to the character? Or you think the character's still solid because of her capabilities?
She's
still, after all, the character with the pretty much.
What do you mean by still? What nerf are you talking about?
Like you mentioned, you said like she's like so slow after the transformation. Now that sounds like a nerf, right?
That was always like that. What they changed really was how long the tombstones last, how quickly you destroy the tombstones, and also they changed the size of the tombstones. So now the fact you're able to run in a straight line and avoid that 20 from happening. Even after that change, though, it appeared impossible until some people did some testing and found it out, and then more and more people have since picked up on that and gotten better at doing that. But I
feel like
what really makes Shadow hard to play nowadays is the fact that a Matador exists. So if you try to use Shadow against Matador, he basically has built-in flywheel, and also the fact that in general all stars have gotten better at dealing. Also, Lanternus is insanely good against Shadow. Archer is like the only meta pick that has been recently released that isn't that amazing against Shadow. Even Meteorologist can do some work against Shadow with the Cloud.
Professor is great pick against Shadow too.
Professor is great against Shadow as well. So yeah, a lot of good picks we could see here.
Like Psyche, to win Koa, I'm pretty sure we saw a clutch with the Professor. Like they scaled a blink from a Shadow. It was really crazy.
Oh yeah. So yeah, ever since Professor's buff, he's able to counter stunts like that. And yeah, that is really nice that he's able to have that luxury. Previously, he wasn't able to do that. Now you can.
He was kind of a meme, the character, right? He was kind of a meme before he could do the and thing, the wax thing, and the Shadow thing. Anything that doesn't do damage to him, he can scale. No, and I love it. Like, he's pretty good now.
Yeah, he's got that versatility. If only more hunters actually did any stunning related stuff, would be actually give some purpose to his ability, because it still doesn't block over half the hunter abilities in this game.
Cloud Rocket,
and we are going to see that Shadow ban. We are going to see the Shadow ban.
Respect ban here.
ZZ9
on the side of survivors. Yep.
And they're instead.
So Psyche, what hunter are we thinking we're seeing then? We saw Wax Artist, which I didn't expect to see, like you said. Wax Artist, not really that good on Lakeside necessarily. Oh, Escapologist, it's Psyche's favorite survivor.
Escapologist. Interesting that they're going Escapologist and not Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is on the table here. I wonder what hunter they're thinking about. That they're worried about picking Gravekeeper. Maybe a Hula Blue is the one thing they're considering. So they rather have the output potential of Escapologist rather than risk having a hunter that quickly deals with shovels and no recovery hits. Especially also, this is Lakeside we're talking about, so there isn't like, it's not like Moonlit where there's like a strong pallet area on the third stop of the map that Gravekeeper is going to spawn by. There's not as many like pallet options for Gravekeeper. There's more windows on Lakeside. On Smallwood, there's more windows there. There's also less amazing pallets to use at Big Rock as well. It's harder for sure on Lakeside to play Gravekeeper against Hula Blue. So whenever you do see like an almost a 3-7 kite as Gravekeeper against Hula Blue, it would be a very impressive feat if they could do that. So they're not even going to risk something like that and to just take the Escapologist. I'm guessing that's the rationale here.
Psyche, this team loadout's the Miki kid. I have played a lot of these characters extensively, all of them. Mechanics is the one I'm least good with, but never expected that. But like, yeah, I love Archer, love Matador, and you remember how I tried to make Escapologist work.
Right. yeah, although I do think Escapologist has some potential in the S tier.
Should I reinvest?
No, I don't think so because Escapologist isn't that amazing in rank. It's just the S tier hunters I'm really thinking about. He has some outplay potential though, and I do mind game a lot of hunters to just lose me half the time if you use the fog really well. And
play the circle. Yeah, I love playing the circle, especially near a pallet. They think you're gonna be there and then you're not, because like it's such a good option to wait by the pallet, especially in the fog where the hunter thinks that you're just waiting there for them to walk through, and it's a Qist. Psyche, I kind of expected this, honestly.
Qist here is gonna be much better against something like Escapologist here. You have a lot more chances at catching up to him quickly before he places the fog and hitting him. And then Mechanic here, going to be difficult to play if he keeps finding the bot, but at the same time, going in and out of the line just to kill a bot, it kind of feels like Breaking Wheel in a way where it's annoying to have to get out of your ability. Though he can find it easily, it takes time to get out and back in, and that's valuable time where the survivors can deal with QS and just get ciphers done before he can start regressing them.
And Psyche, looking at the spawns right here, what do you think the goal is? You think they think the Matador is going to be left alone because of how good his chase is, so you can just decode freely over there? It'd be pretty quick, I'm not gonna lie. Escapologist being in the middle.
Are you gonna talk about how weird that spawn is, or are you gonna just talk about, oh look, what do you think? It's like, Miki, are you
what do you think they're going for? Yeah, it's weird, but it's weird.
Why do you? Could you please give us some insight, Mr. Commentator, on why that is? Why do you think they're spawning there?
Okay, so look, you have mech, right? And like you said, it's kind of a hassle, a chore for Qs to get out against the bot, drop it at Shack, run for the hills, run for small boat. No one's gonna be there, and that's why no one spawned.
Okay, but Shack is a typical spawn. Why is? I gotta teach you how to be a good commentator, brother. Well, not a good commentator, a better commentator. I should word a better commentator, because Miki, when you see an interesting play like that, you gotta build on that. The reason he's spawning there is because against the Qist, you don't want to do ciphers that are easily accessible while you're chasing someone else. So spawning in the corner of the map is going to give you a cipher that you can easily do without it getting regressed easily on the Qist end when he's chasing someone else. That's why he's spawning in the corner. It's actually good in this situation. Plus, they put a strong kiter there, so that Qs has no reason to go chase them either. That is why. We should not be talking about
mech. I mentioned the Matador being like position. What's it called? Able to
Everyone knows freely. Why mech is spawning there.
I mentioned the Matador being able to decode freely. I'm just saying.
Anyway, QS is going to be going straight to Shack here, and she's not going to be able to freely decode here. The idea is not that the Matador is chased. The idea is the Matador is unchaseable. That's the point.
Well, duh. That's what I pointed out, but you clearly missed it. And you were like, ooh, you want to talk about the mechanic. But speaking of the mechanic, she's chilling here at the Shack. Window's such a good resource against the QS. You can just play a reaction game. Just wait for him to escape, drop the pallet, vault the window. All you gotta do. It burns through his inertia so well, and Drop's just gonna.
No, it doesn't burn through his inertia so well because he's on top of her. Mickey, what are you talking about? No, he doesn't. It's a window vault, a pallet break, and a window vault back to back. What do you mean burns through? She's already taking a hit, and now Insulin's ball is coming in. Insulin's ball, the Cypher ball is coming in. Now he's blocking a Cypher. Hold! Now he's blocking a Cypher machine, and just like that, this mech is about to go down really quickly, mostly because of the fact that Shack is not good against QS because it burns through he burns through it very quickly.
He missed his blink, Psyche.
It's okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go. At least she got in the corner here.
And the bot's out.
I'm gonna tear your head off your neck if you be talking about stuff that no one cares about. Everyone cares about why this Matador is spawning in the corner. No one cares about how the mechanic is gonna spawn Shack. And like, brother, I'm gonna kill you. Take it away.
It is late. It is not easy to process information at a rapid rate at the rate that you are doing right now, especially when they do weird stuff like spawn in the corner. Yes, I obviously I thought about it.
You're the commentator. It's your job. God damn it, Miki.
Bro,
keep commentating the match,
No. Here's what you failed. Here's what you failed.
I'm not gonna stop this when you bring it up.
No. Let me speak. No. You literally failed to understand that I said Matador is unchaseable. Putting him there is fine.
I'm gonna kill
codes freely like a mercenary. It's basically the same role as a mercenary. I mentioned that, and it went out the other year. You were like, here's the thing about the mechanic, and I mentioned that. I already mentioned that.
I love how the gameplay is just in the back. This is such a failure of a college stream. In the background is literally just gameplay. It's two men arguing about it, about commentating over a job that no one's getting paid about.
But not arguing about this ball placement. Is Zeze9 gonna prevent the archer from doing any type of harassing whatsoever? Just like my co-caster is fucking harassing me right now. Yeah, that's right. I said it. He is Title 9. God damn, man. But yeah, drop right here. Gonna be on the second chair, and the ciphers are looking quite good from the survivors. Giga coming in with a rescue. Matador coming in. Oh, bait, weave. Oh, good rescue, and the swing, and gonna miss his swing of his own. Zeze9, 4 survivors up, 2 ciphers remaining. Last one 70 and rising, and oh my gosh, I hate that ability. Wait a minute. She's fine.
Oh, look at that. Barely hitting there, and also going back to help the mechanic out. Mechanic, while in the middle of kiting, helping the ciphers out by putting a bomb. Matador being so annoying here, forcing a random window ball, followed by a body block. Blink's about to be up. Can he hit it? He does hit it.
All right,
all comes down to
Blink,
this.
and there are no balloon harassing survivors nearby. Malm is all the way over at Kansas City. Well, Zeze9's in Europe. There's no way he's making it home.
Why are you suddenly becoming so sad?
What do you mean?
Why are you whispering?
We had to lower the tone, bro. We were shouting. This was shoutcasting. If I looked away and tried to sleep to this, I wouldn't be able to sleep to this, bro. It's boxing commentary. Like, this is how boxers commentate. And speaking of getting boxed, that cipher getting boxed right there, and the bot dying. So no one able to man that cipher means that it's gonna go down, Psyche. And having one person injured, being the archer, means that he's gonna benefit off of some bonus inertia right here. Ain't that right?
Absolutely. So right here is trying to just clutch up on these cipher machines, making sure that they're slowly regressing. But look at the cipher split. I don't think you can get a nastier cipher split than this in the game. A bad corner, Big Bow on a second floor, and then another corner of the map. There's not even like a straight line between them. It's a diagonal line between them. There's just no way for the QS to easily go back and forth between these ciphers. He does barely catch the Matador, though. And the Matador here is going to be now next to Shaq. He's trying to bring all the survivors together, preferably.
And that would work out for
here. It would be
really
huge.
well.
And he does get the hit off.
Nice. Even more inertia bonus is coming. Zeze9 checks paid in full for getting this damage. And he's going to find Malm?
And
Can Malm really reach a pallet from safety here? Nope. Gonna weave. Is Zeze9 gonna dodge the shot right there? 2 weaves. The crossbow to make the window. Does he make it? Does not make it.
Constantly going behind the walls there, and well playing from Zeze9 right here. Dodging the first shot, dodging the second shot, and then using impulsive to barely hit him around the corner of the window. That's gonna result in a pickup right here, going into the ball. And gonna use that to just change his mind and decide to chair them instantly. But no, wait, it's to get a speed
into the
boost
basement
here. Yes, into the basement. I see what the idea here is now. Very good thinking right here from Zeze9. And now it's going to be just a matter of, can they get this rescue off and get them out? It's going to be very difficult. Matador does have infinite abilities, but he's the one at full health. There's no way for him to rescue. And with the suck ball blocking the staircase and Escape just already using his invincible fog attack, there's not a whole lot to do left here for him. Also, no tide turner. I don't think there's going to be any way to get out of this spot, Miki.
And before you inevitably ask, Miki, why is it that QS is good in basement? Well, I'm going to tell you why. This is the reason why you have me as your co-caster. QS is excellent at stopping basement escapes because he can put that suck ball there and it lasts so long at the top of the stairs. So even if you have any sort of shenanigans going on downstairs, QS can just wait. He can just wait. He can react to you running up to the stairs, and he can hold that there. And the survivors gotta hold that one. But he's not gonna go for it at all. The borrowed time, or lack thereof, actually, gonna affect TE quite strongly here. Vu just waiting up at the top of the basement. Oh, you, my fault. Is you, not Vu. And a Malm gonna see the basement again with his friend, compatriot in arms. So Zeze9 playing this so well.
By the way, right there is Zeze9 purposely getting out of the ball behind a wall so the archer cannot shoot him. And then because of the fact he has Blink, able to knock her down instantly to his advantage. And yeah, like you saw right there, as Miki stated, the whole idea here is that you have the ball placed perfectly where he can quickly drop down and then immediately start chasing that archer like you saw right there. And if no one goes into the ball, you might be wondering, why did they go into the ball then? Because if no one goes into the ball, then that ball sticks around for like 16 seconds. And that's way too long. 18 seconds technically.
Sticky balls.
So someone has to get rid of it, but it means that someone always takes damage, someone always takes a recovery, and it's always a loss on the survivor's part. There's just not a whole lot to do. And they need to get a tie here. And because of the fact that the survivors did not get a tie, they had no choice but to go for the rescue. They couldn't get a tie with a basement like that. And right here, ZZ9 knowing that went straight for the basement, and well played to act, especially ZZ9 right here with his end game decision of the basement. Almost walked out there before saying something to the crowd. So yeah, very well played.
Hey, Psyche, by the way, this is an upset. ACT didn't even make it out of qualifiers for Koa. Like, they didn't make it out of group bracket.
Yeah, ACT is doing very good here.
They're doing so good, and they just beat runner-up in Koa. The competition is tight-knit, folks. So, yeah. I'm glad that Psyche so graciously invited me and other people to commentate about these great competitive teams. And yeah, man, just overall really good to see. ACT, congratulations to your win tonight.
Absolutely. Now, in the meantime, guys, we're going to take a short break. We're going to have our next matchup very soon. After this matchup, we're going to have, let me quickly check, we're going to have Dow5 versus MRC. So if you guys want to stay tuned for that, if you guys want to watch that, you'll have to stay tuned. We're going to have that in about 15, maybe 20 minutes after the interview happens. If you'd like to watch the interview, you can watch it in the link below. I left a description in case you guys would like to watch that. But in the meantime, guys, we will be taking a short break. Stay tuned for more IVL gameplay. See you guys in a bit. Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Psyche and Miki here, back with some more commentary of Day 11 of IVL. Today, we're going to be talking about the next matchup, which is going to be Dow5 versus MRC. Miki, this is going to be a very interesting one. Dow5, a previous KOA winner, and MRC, a previous IVL winner. Definitely two teams that are bound to clash heads with each other very well. Miki, thoughts, comments, opinions, or empty head? I will have to undeafen.
You know that MRC is indeed our current KOA champion. So it's gonna be KOA versus KOA champion back to back, bro. I'm super excited.
Has MRC won a KOA before?
Dude, yeah, they won this KOA.
Oops. Good to know. Good to know.
They're the ones who, remember when I said TE's the runner-up? You know who the Big Apple was?
No.
It's MRC.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. Good to know, Miki. Anyway, going back to the band picks here. Listen, I don't know the teams, but I do know the game. And we're going to be talking about the game mainly. Puppeteer, Gravekeeper is going to be the first two bands here. This looks like could be something like a Goatman potential. Potential Goatman. Maybe Queen Bee though, but because kind of Queen Bee is like kind of like everyone's like auto pick, it seems like in round one in IVL at the very least. Yeah, I've been saying like, oh, MRC didn't MRC like win KOA? I can't remember. And like, yep, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
The most recent.
But Psyche, we're also gonna see a different map for our first round. We're starting off at Lakeside Village. It looks like.
Yeah. So this is Lakeside. We've been seeing a lot of Queen Bees like start chases off at Lakeside Shack, so it's not that much of a surprise to see it. Question is, will we see MRC Bailu also go into that route? Enchantress here is going to be annoying for Queen Bee for sure. And yeah. And it is
Dude, definitely could.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely could. Bailu's a multi-talented guy, very talented hunter. Like I said, most 4K ratios in his group stage in KOA. Very, very interesting statistic of that. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Queen Bee from Bailu right here. And yeah, we're going to get a very standard opening. Lanternist, Arrow, Enchantress, and First Officer. Specifically, I don't know. Enchantress versus Queen Bee, I can kind of think about it. But, like, it doesn't seem like she does, like, much against her. Yeah, you can stall her pursuit against you, but when the bees are still hovering over you, she's only going to inevitably catch up. So it looks like Enchantress is, like, kind of stalling the inevitable, but that's just kind of what survivors do anyway. So like, if she can do it for long enough, then yeah, it's gonna work out. No weird spawns for Psyche to talk crap to me about this time around. Looks like it's just gonna be standard, good old three-way one on the boat. So it's gonna be some real nice stuff. And Queen Bee cornfield spawn right there. It's like, you got that right.
Yeah, Queen Bee spawning in the cornfield here, so very likely going to go chase Shack. This is usually what we see a lot of Queen Bee players go do first. And it does come in to quite a good effect. Most of the times we don't usually see people kite a long time at Shack against Queen Bee just because there's not a whole lot to work with at Shack to begin with. The Lakeside buffs may change that in the future. But because they nerfed the area, I think it's actually not going to make a big difference anymore. Like now I feel like the new area is kind of pointless again. That could have really made a difference in this kiting area, but now I think we're just gonna see just the current Lakeside is going to be very similar to the post buff Lakeside, where it's just the route is just stuck here at Shack for the most part, and Queen Bee really loves to take advantage of that. So we'll see how it goes here. Coming at you live with Miki, with myself commentating the first matchup of, or so the second matchup, but the first round of MRC versus Dow5. Let's get it.
All right, here we go. Bailu gonna be at the cornfield. Gotta look towards Unicorn here. Is on the Enchantress and is running alongside the back of Shed. Decent strategy up until Bailu drops the peeper and shows that he indeed knows exactly where you are and how you intend to kite here. Is entirely up to you, but gonna make it to this pallet here, gonna dodge the shots. Unicorn real patient on the pallet. Boom, important pallet stun right there.
Ooh.
Gonna drop it on him, not showing any sort of hesitation is Dow5's Unicorn. Excellent start to this kite.
Important pallet stun there, by the way, because without that pallet stun, this would have been a much more worse situation for Unicorn here. Even now, even with that pallet stun, taking a basic hit into a chip hit, the only real benefit here is that A, this Queen Bee is running Peepers, and that B, Enchantress has 3 stacks from that. In fact, 4 and very soon 5. He needs to kind of get a snipe off if he wants to kill her from a distance, but Enchantress are going to make sure that she's sticking close to her, and there's just no way to avoid the triple stack there. Enchantress is going to get so much distance off of that, and this is going to be such a strong start. She's not going to kill this Enchantress anytime soon to begin with, honestly. I mean, okay, she's running the log, so you know what, now it's going to be actually easier to kill her, because logs is a very good kiting area against, or a very bad kiting area against Queen Bee, but we'll see here. Does she get
gonna
hit?
dodge the window, predict the stun into the other stun. Unicorn, absolute expertise gameplay right here. So crispy.
It turns out it's actually not so bad for Enchantress, because Enchantress can actually bait the Hunter into the pallet. Wow, that was a great play.
Right.
Ooh, right
yeah,
there
it looks like
getting hit.
Unicorn teaching me and Psyche that this character is actually quite good against Queen Bee, and good enough to get 2 ciphers on the board and 2 more ciphers, 50 and rising. Excellent opening kite from Dow5's Unicorn right here.
Very strong kite to begin with, yes, especially hiding behind that wall to avoid getting shot at. At the same time, it like plays mind games with the Hunter, making them think that they're going to go on the window side when really that's not the case. Going for the pallet, so I mean, really, this Survivor just played Bailu like a book, bro. They read him like a book, they played him. So, really good stuff here. But now the harasser actually, or not the harasser, but the rescuer actually has to make the rescue. Does make the rescue. Was a little bit sketchy there. Could still get chased here. No, gonna go right after Unicorn. Alright, so gonna take the tide hit here, most likely. He is still gaining stacks here because the Queen Bee is refusing to hit him. So he's almost two stacks right here. Very interesting. One more chip and he'll have a 3rd stack. Right there, barely getting a second one. Somehow got a second one.
Look at the ciphers, dude. The lowest one's at 60. All 3 ciphers going so strong. I'm guessing Moming here just needs to finish theirs, but it looks like they're not going to be able to. Bailu dragging him all the way back, dragging Unicorn all the way back to Moming cipher. This could be an important shift in the pace here of the game. Bailu done a good job thus far at just playing this disadvantage the best he can, you know, keeping the survivors close to the objectives, and overall just putting on some pressure onto the survivors. Shmao right here, gonna be going for the double rescue. Definitely mandatory at this moment. Gonna hope to try to down the answer. This is Bailu, last cipher 71. The rescue OSM. Unicorn at the flywheel.
They are
2 stacks on Unicorn.
Oh, that's 1 stack, but then immediately hits her again. Having to work together on that rescue there in order to get it. It's gonna come down to this last cipher. Does she have borrowed time? I can't tell. She does not have borrowed time, so it's just gonna be up to cutting as long as possible here. Every second's gonna count, and she does have another stack here. Okay, and she is finally gonna go down right here. Okay. Now it's going to be all about whether the
Peepers were used, Psyche, so teleport fully an option here, I believe.
Yeah, she held on to her Peepers, making sure that teleport is still available here with the trump card swap. The only question is, will she do it? Because, of course, the Hunter knows that the stars are going to play around the teleport. The only question is, how long are they going to play it for? Bailu doesn't know how long. He's going to probably teleport around pretty soon. I mean, there's only so long that he can wait, after all.
I see Shmao Moming doing a full-blown migration over to the ship gate, but is it going to get spotted out by the big bad bee? And it looks like it's Shmao right here. Going to get caught by Bailu. Hopefully Moming can hide in the back. Oh, committing to the gate is Bailu, but Chad has already opened the gate, and this arrow is safe.
Absolutely. It's a little bit awkward here that he teleported. Oh! That was almost a little bit scary.
Talk about BM, Psyche. That's like forcing you.
He would have gotten knocked against the wall and just crawled out, I'm pretty sure. But keep in mind that this whole time, guys, the Queen Bee was dry on energy. That's why she had no mobility to do anything. The fact that she only had 5 energy when the last cipher pop happened meant that the Queen Bee actually really couldn't do anything. She relies on survivors in order to have her mobility. That is the only downside of Queen Bee, is that if you don't have any energy and you just killed your last target, who are you going to leech off of?
Psyche, the hiding masterclass right here?
Yeah, the hiding, by the way, here. How is he not able to find him with the bees just not getting lucky,
I guess? Yeah, just touch his body and you'll gain energy.
Yeah, but right here he's at 0 the whole time. I mean, this is how you deal with Queen Bee, it turns out. Hiding. If she's not able to maintain energy.
Making a break for the gate is Moming, but gonna get caught in the open and probably gonna go down quite shortly here. A tie. Again, Queen Bee, Psyche, have the survivors figured out how to deal with this menace of a Hunter. Looks like they're making stable rescues now. Looks like they're making good decisions at the end game, good ways to stretch out her resources, starving her of that presence, forcing shots. Like, looks like the survivors are really keen on this counterplay for this Hunter now. And IVL hasn't even ended yet. Look how quick that these players are to make adaptations. I love that.
I think the Enchantress play made a really big deal there. Enchantress was huge there in making sure that she's able to survive long enough, and even though she couldn't survive for very long after the last Cypher pops, it did still make sure that the Queen Bee had no sort of way of having any travel across the map, any mobility, checking to find other survivors. She burned every bit of resource out of that Queen Bee, so that even after she died, the effects were felt long after that. The Queen Bee just could not use her abilities. That's the only real major downside of Queen Bee, even at full presence, is that even at full presence, you don't passively gain any energy like a lot of other hunters might. She's always relying on those survivors. So without any survivors, she is just a hollow shell of herself, which is funny because she's an insect.
A bug in their husk, in their exoskeleton, if you will.
Yeah, so right here, we are going to see a tie here. Pretty safe tie. Was very close even to win potential. No borrowed time there, so it would have been almost impossible, especially because the gates were so far away from where the closest survivor was to it. It just wasn't done anytime soon. So on top of that, they have to play on teleport, and then the game gets dragged on even longer. Still though, really nice tie there. The team didn't commit on the gate entirely. Like, they made sure to split everyone up, so they didn't have like all their eggs in one basket, pushing a gate and then a teleport happens.
Like Weibo did that one time.
Oh yeah, I remember. Like, they had like two people at the gate trying to push the game. They didn't make it. Like, it wasn't even close. It was like 5 seconds away, which is like, that's like a 75% gate. That's not close enough.
That's a lot of time. Yeah,
even if it was like 95, you still have to wait for the doors to actually physically open. So
and it was against like Qist, right? Someone that's like fast or whatever.
Yeah. Someone like
you especially can't do that against a fast hunter. Yeah,
they travel across the map so fast. 20 seconds nowadays is actually arguably not even enough time sometimes to open the exit gate, surprisingly enough.
I remember, Psyche, whenever I was thinking about like ways to balance out the game, for a moment I wanted to look at the gates. With these with these hunters being so fast now, I think that's low-key an indirect nerf to the gates. Like, the gate speed being the same now just makes sense to me because of how quick these hunters are able to get there. Queen Bee can place a reciprocate, a well-placed one, can check both gates on ever sleeping, can definitely go back and forth in the smaller maps, and doesn't struggle to make it. But we got Coco, see in the stage right here, usually known to be like on the backseat of MRC's team, but we saw her performance earlier in the tournament. She did amazing. If I recall, Coco was like absolutely cooking the Dream Witch that was Dongxuan, I think. Dongxuan. And yeah, she was cooking them, and then the Mercenary did like a double down or whatever. But yeah, Nanako gonna see the stage once more. All right, Priestess, Enchantress, good picks. Nanako was the one to take the title of co-op for his team with a really clutch dungeon play with the Professor against the Shadow. So yeah, no stranger to the stage is this player, absolutely. And I'm waiting for my favorite player. Where is he? That's not him. Where's Wasi? It's not Xiao X. Where's Wasi?
Wasi? No, he's not here, Mickey. This is the rest of
Jimmy Neutron? Is that you?
Wasi?
We're hiring more guests and you didn't tell me?
So right here we have Xiao X. He's going to be the team's rescuer. Unfortunately, no one talks about the rescuer on any team. It's sad face.
Wasi! There's Wasi right there. MRC Wasi. Very good player.
There we go. We're going to see Wasi. Mickey, why do you love Wasi so much, bro? What about him?
Wasi did inspired, reignited my passion to play Patient. Because he did like absolute work on a Hullabaloo on Lakeside, and his route was like pristine. I was like, Patient's a really good character. And then I started thinking about like how, Patient's really good in like Lakeside, really good at Moonlit. Obviously, I always thought that, but I didn't know the extent of it until like I saw this dude kite. And usually when he plays, he's really consistent. He's got really cool characters under his belt. Arrow, Patient. He's the technical like player for his team, and I love that role. Like, absolutely, he plays all the tech characters, the ones that require a little more than just tapping your buttons a bit.
Yeah.
In this case,
absolutely.
Airplane is playing Dance Dance Revolution. It's really hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's really come back in the meta after his most recent buff of just being able to hook so fast. It is insane how good he has become. Very good indeed. I mean, even against the hunters with movement speed, he just catches around the place so quickly that even it rivals mercenary speed. But yeah, we're going to see the hunter for, I believe this is this MRC playing? MRC is going to be surviving, yes. So the opposite side is going to be Dow 5. Dow 5's hunter is going to be Soda! Right? Soda?
Soda? Is that right?
Well, technically it's Suda, right? Technically it's Suda, but it is very close to Soda, which reminds me of something else.
Soda!
We got Soda! So, Soda's going to be playing, and we're going to see how he does here. Is he going to be able to compete with MRC survivors and take down them after winning Koa? We'll have to see.
Dude, I never heard of that meme until you mentioned it. Soda! What is that from?
Joe, that's Joe Biden saying soda. I have no idea why,
I don't know how you find some of these, man, but that was great. That was hilarious.
Soda!
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 Soda on the hunter. We're going to see if he can sort of figure this out because he's going to need to against these top-notch, top cream of the crop survivors on the side of MRC. Kwasi on the arrow, of course, gonna make sense here. Enchantress, looks like they're gonna do a little bit of a, hey, we saw what you were doing with Enchantress, we'll show you what's good. I don't know who's gonna be on the Enchantress, but right now, Coco is reserving it for her team. Xiao X and Nanako are the ones left. I'm surprised not seeing Xiao D, because Xiao D's big part of MRC. He calls all the shots, he's the captain, he put it together like single-handedly, like, yeah. Xiao D is the man of the hour, but nowhere to be seen on this roster currently. Maybe filling a supporter role this time around so Coco can have some spotlight. So yeah, usually Psyche, the team would be Nanako, Xiao X, Huasi, and Xiao D. And that would be, like I said, Coco, notorious for just like taking the back seat. But this time around, she's going to look front and center, and she's been doing really good this tournament. I say, why not? I say let her play as much as she wants, man. Like she's been absolutely cooking, and you got a disco going on in your background. Like chat can't see this, but you gotta hold like disco light. You good, bro?
Bro,
like,
what's happening to me? What's happening, bro? I got a disco going
I don't
on.
know.
Anyway,
What are you
so
doing?
we're going to have, like you said, so Coco is not usually playing for MRC, which is interesting to see. They put her in this time. Okay.
They put a lot of faith in Coco, and I think it's faith well placed.
Yeah,
I've seen her. She's absolutely a solid player.
Mm-hmm.
Could rival the efforts of that of Persica. It's not just Persica doing it anymore. We got more female competitors, Persica. You gotta do better. You gotta do better.
Not a
show
whole lot
them
of
the
competition
original.
out there, though. Gotta say, though. Not a whole lot of competition.
Not gonna lie, but no surprise to the competition is Opera Singer being a first pick. That is, however, in my opinion, a surprise. We have not seen Opera be the first pick in a while. Psyche, the GOAT, man. It's been Queen Bee. Heck, man. It's even been like Shadow at one point. I think one point in this tournament. But like, it's never been Opera. So definitely surprising. Has it been QS? Has there ever been a round one QS this tournament?
I don't remember if there has been a round one QS, but we've definitely seen QS quite a bit. Not anywhere as much to Queen Bee, though, I will say. Brother, you know what's so funny is that Dentist exists, and I can't even imagine how much Dentist we're going to see. Like, I have yet to see all the Dentist strats that are going to be coming
I don't think
out.
Dennis is in this patch. I don't think Dennis is in this patch.
No. Dentist is not in the tournament server. Dentist has been in rank for about a month now, though. You knew that, right?
Yeah, for sure. That for sure. You're talking about you can't wait to see it in competitive?
Yeah, I can't wait to see Dentist in competitive. Like,
He's
all the
gonna
people are going to be using Dentist in competitive. Like, I don't know whether to be, like, excited to see Dentist play or, like, upset because it's probably going to get old real quick at how BS Dentist is going to be.
Dude, but then they can make adjustments after that. After they see like how the players perform, and they'll be like, "Yo, this character's not okay. Let's make adjustments."
Yeah,
just like
and
I
then
hope
Opera Singer is still a thing after all these years. Right.
like
and
Opera
then-
Singer's still good.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do have Magician here taking Borrowed, and Enchantress going to take Borrowed here. Even though they're probably the two main chase targets here, I guess Airplanes is the other potential main chase target. Putting Flywheel on Airplanes here, though, not going to be that amazing, unfortunately, because it's going to be Opera Singer. So maybe in a way, Opera Singer playing around that. That Airplane is not very good against Opera, and also pretty good against Flywheel as well. Not a great hunter to take Flywheel against. So we're gonna
we'll see if Soda can show him what's good. Down 5 Soda going up on the ramp on Huasi immediately.
Absolutely. Huasi was hoping that Suda wouldn't go and not getting a great shadow here. I mean, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. But right here, Suda going up the ramp with Huasi thinking that maybe he's going to go under the boat. He did not go under the boat. Missing the dash here at the end. But look at this. Huasi's already taking the future lakeside route where the pallet is going to be next to the little boat.
He's planning for it. He would have been up there by now.
He realized, wait a second, the pallet wasn't added yet. No, I'm just kidding. He's got his jetpack here. He's already
he had a plan. Look how far he is.
There's going to be a ramp.
What the heck?
Yeah, look at that distance. He combined it with the jetpack. I think he just combined the buttons really well. So you can actually skip the animation of the jetpack if you use it with the hover. You can skip a lot more animations and you can make it as fast as a patient hook.
Oh my gosh, and not skipping the training room clearly is Huasi. Look at these lapped out angles. Psyche, tell me this player ain't sick. That's why I
that is really cool. Yeah, it's sad because Airplane is so mid to Opera Singer, but Airplane was really using his abilities really well there. That was really good.
Yeah, Huasi, the fine technical part of MRC, and Soda, pretty good down despite the mistakes, I'm not gonna lie, but the ciphers are looking quite good. Trait is not been used, I believe, so
no,
that's still
has
option.
Blink Up, yeah.
Yes, still has Blink Up, Rescue does come off, and no tide, so it looks like they're gonna be able to save that resource for our next bit. Here's come the blink, the flywheel for Huasi.
The prediction flywheel avoiding the blink from the Opera Singer stalled a little bit, but not enough to really make it worth it. Tide just ran out, so it wasn't that much time.
Yeah, Opera just a little bit too fast for that type of maneuver right there.
And I mean, right here, we are going to see, looks like one more rescue from the first officer again. He decides to just stay close, and he's going to stall out time. Most likely, though, this Airplane is going to go down almost immediately. I don't really know about this rescue. First officer is going to take a hit here to go for it. Oh, no, there is still tide, sir. Okay, someone else must have rescued earlier.
Yeah, Psyche. Someone rescued without tide turner, and that's what made that like a little bit better, yeah. And so, I think they did it because they knew. They knew that Suda would go after pressure the dude that seemed like he was going to rescue, but they faked it, and it was really nice. But they haven't started their last cipher yet, Psyche. There's some concerns to be had there.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite an annoying endgame here for the survivors. They're going to have to find a way to deal with this endgame without a single cipher to be had here for 5 ciphers. They have to pick a 5th cipher and a 6th cipher for when the Opera Singer inevitably pressures that 5th cipher. They need a backup. Already be prepared for it. That's the most important thing. So right here, Opera Singer is going to mess up a dash here, unfortunately. That's going to cost a lot of time for pressuring. Gonna go back here, hopefully trying to find some messes.
Another dash?
Wow.
Oh.
That's gonna be a big time loss.
It's Suda looking bad now. After you Suda had a lead, but you shouldn't have missed
and he canceled the dash! He canceled the dash somehow! He didn't reach the shadow in time, and he's on a cooldown again because of the Enchantress stun. Good work right there. Amazing Enchantress.
When the circle of victory is Nanako. Excellent work from the gameplay here of the Enchantress. Coming up the boat is Nanako. Last cipher 55 and rising. Not much time is needed until cipher is ready to go. But this is still Opera, man. You got to worry about how quick she can just lock down a target. Nanako still has his pallet available
he missed another dash. Wow, he missed another dash. Ooh, not getting the pallet stun there. He's going to make a big deal now. Now he's not going to be able to have the cipher pop in time before going down.
Wait,
that pallet stun could have been the difference.
There's borrowed time.
She does have borrowed time here. And the teleport's going to happen. Teleporting on the half of first officer, and the ciphers all the way across the map away from the rocket chair. That's going to be very difficult. Ooh, and he hit the first officer, getting a little bit
went
greedy
for the greedy percent, but Shao X gonna get punished, gonna get hit. Man, what are you doing? This is the big leagues. Can't be doing that here. and Suda gonna chair him for good measure at the moment. And it looks like a basement chair?
Top of that basement. He didn't get away from the cipher. He didn't get away from the basement. He used a pocket watch with really not a whole lot to show for it. That was not worth the 2%. That was really not worth the 2%. That was the difference of 1 second on decode. Is this game really going to come down to 1 second of decode? I don't think so, especially because they're not even working on it anymore. They have a new cipher anyway. So there was just unfortunately no point of him going after that cipher. But I mean, I guess we shouldn't say too soon, but again, as long as he camps here, there's no reason this 2% should ever matter. Even if he leaves, it's not like they won't be able to do 2% later if he leaves. So in the meantime, though, waiting for tinnitus, Hunter does try to see if anyone's coming, but no one is giving tinnitus. Someone's coming in the back,
Psyche,
though.
it looks like Xiao X was probably the only one of the team survivors right there that gave Suda his ticket into potentially winning this match.
Yeah, this is one out here, but
difficult
everyone
to
here has
see.
borrowed time, so I don't think so. I guess still no one has really an easy way out, though. Illusion
Two
is not
survivors
that
right next to
easy.
him too. A fast Hunter, able to get quick downs. There's a lot to consider here, Psyche.
Right here, he's trying to wait for his abilities here before he knocks down. He knows he has time. Knocks down right as teleport is going to be up. And now he's going to leave a shadow there as well to have a way to get back up, but he's just too slow. He wasn't dashing immediately after switching spots, and now not going to be able to knock down someone. He misses a dash as well. And he has no way to go back in it. He already used it. He already used the teleport.
Xiao X is gonna buy so much time by this window, and Coco is looking to go towards the guarding gate.
Right here. I mean, Coco, why is Coco going for the same exact exit gate as the first officer here? Is he trying to play reverse psychology? Is she trying to play reverse psychology? Whatever, it's magician.
I think so.
it's
And
trying
it
to-
worked.
It's an attempt at reverse psychology here. Didn't end up seeing Coco and assumed that the tinnitus was heading towards the middle of the map. I mean, I
Wow,
must think
Coco
that's
with
what
the
happened,
dungeon.
right?
They even switched POV. You know that's how it's serious. They're like, wow, what a play.
An
And honestly,
extremely
Coco,
risky
wow.
play, though. An extremely risky
I
there
think
play
that was
there.
really risky too.
It worked
Like, if
out because he didn't check on the gate, but if he walked over to that gate to see if that tinnitus
Chops.
was coming from the
Chop
gate,
City.
yeah, it would have been over. And also teleporting on a gate that is like surely done at that point. Maybe a little bit awkward of a teleport there. Could have investigated that tinnitus a little bit more instead of just leaving immediately. I definitely feel like that was a missed opportunity there on the Hunter side right there. Could have played that a little bit better and avoided a two-man escape there. Could have been a win instead. So in the meantime, though, we are going to see both sides tie it out. No one gets ahead here. As you guys can see,
4-4, right?
So 4-4 is going to be the total score.
And Psyche, would you say Suda checked the gate?
That wasn't really like anything particularly special. That basement play was going to be really good, but unfortunately, he just wasn't able to build off of it after the rescue team. I mean, that who was it again? It was the first officer who hided him for a long time with just a single window and basically a single pallet. That was really good work from him.
At
right
the very
there.
end, yeah.
But to be
used
fair,
his
the Hunter
resources
kept
really
missing
well.
dashes, which definitely helped them a lot there.
The execution errors definitely were capitalized upon by the survivors, and that's what you want to do. In the competitive state, if your opponent messes up, we take those. We take them to the bank, and we win the tournament with them. It's a little different if it's like, oh, maybe you're like playing a friendly match and they mess up, you're like, oh, that sucks. But like, no, it's for the money, for the glory. Definitely take those to the bank, and they did. MRC definitely in a losing position at that moment, but man, just being able to take advantage of the fact that Opera already used the kickflip, just brilliant play from Xiao X. But I really don't agree with him pushing like 1 to 2% on that cipher. Just take your watch and run, man. Don't let him get that basement. You almost gave him a ticket to win. That shouldn't have been as an uncomfortable position as it was for your team, and that's something to consider.
Yeah, that probably wasn't it right there. That could have costed his team big time. Thankfully, it didn't. Thankfully, they still tied, but that could have been a game-losing mistake right there. Also, Lucy is in the chat saying, Psyche, I love your videos. Can you shout me out? It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Lucy. I don't think it is.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Lucy.
birthday.
I think he's lying. I'm pretty sure it was birthday not too long ago, right?
I don't even remember when Lucy's birthday was. Lucy, when was your birthday, bro?
It's coach, by the way.
Sorry, I forgot. Listen, guys, birthdays take time. You know, they pass. They move on.
It's like, are we gonna do this thing again? Where I'm like, when's my birthday?
When is Mickey's birthday? Mickey's birthday is February 21st, right?
It's okay. I don't think I know your birthday either.
Yo, best bros over here.
June 20th?
Wait, which month?
June?
You got the month wrong too. You got the month wrong too. Oh man, at least I was closer. Come on, it's in February your birthday, right?
Yes.
Okay, well at least it was in February. It must be like 13,
Wait, are
then.
you
13?
June or July?
July. It was your birthday 13, bro?
Close. It was 12.
It was 12.
What about you? 20th?
20?
Was yours 20th?
Mine was 25.
All right, I was close. July 25th.
You were a month
yours.
and 5 days off.
Hey, you got the right month, but you were 9 days off of, buddy.
That's still closer than like what, 37 days or however many days that is from me. Hey, I'm just saying.
It was
I
June or
must
July.
be the better friend here. I must be the better friend here. Clearly.
Best bros.
Best bros, by the way. Clearly, we're best bros. I love how like best bros can judge who's the better friend now, really. They can like say, oh, I'm the better bro because I got closer to your birthday. Like, what? You didn't remember each other's birthday? What are you talking about?
Makes sense. You don't have to. Like, there's some things you can negate when your friendship is like that, like tight. You know, like you don't even have to worry about something.
No.
And birthdays is one of them. We don't sweat the details.
Yeah, I don't even remember, to be honest. I'll try to remember.
I looked at him and I knew we both knew that we did not know each other's birthdays in today's moment.
Shoot, bro.
But
Didn't
maybe
I say 21st the first time?
You did, yeah.
I was 1 day off?
9 days off.
Oh, I see. Okay.
12. 1, 2.
12. 12. Okay.
But not giving any birthday presents here.
I don't even remember what I said anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Are both of these competitors, no free birthday gifts here, just straight close-knit competition. I didn't see the map because they put it away really quickly, but I think Moonlit was banned, and I think
I did miss it as well. We can go back and check, but we're gonna see it. Oh yeah, Moonlit was banned and Leo's Memory was picked. Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Leo's Memory, Psyche, a MRC map, in my opinion. They love playing on this. Like I said, Patient also good on this map. And this map is like not really practiced. If you must know, in NAEU, this was B4U's weakness map. A lot of teams would counterpick them here because they would not practice on this map. I don't think that's the case today, but that was one of their weaknesses. And another one was Axe Boy. Apparently they really could not deal with Axe Boy, and just like they kind of fell apart when it came to dealing with them. And Ching did put that on display back in. Just some history, some trivia.
But yeah, we are going back to that. We are gonna see MRC gonna be picking Leo's Memory. Yeah, you're right. Leo's Memory wasn't that popular back then, but now it's become a lot more popular with the nerfs to Factory. Has become a more relevant map rather than just a copy of Hospital, with how strong the main building used to be. And yeah, that's not all. We also are going to have MRC pick it, and I think that we're going to have MRC pick it because the idea is Dow5 has already used Opera Singer, and this is one of Opera Singer's strongest maps. Ooh. So the fact that there is no more Opera Singer is going to mean that it's going to be harder for Dow5 to build off of this without any Opera Singer as a choice. It's going to be all up to whatever hunters he has remaining.
And meanwhile, Bailu hasn't burned up the Opera yet, so he is fully able to express that freedom with Opera, should she not be banned.
Absolutely, exactly. That's the idea there, I believe. So, I mean, it all depends. I mean, MRC might not choose to go Opera Singer, but the point is they leave themselves options to be available. You know, even if you don't end up going it, you want to have the option laid out, and that way you can actually go for it.
No, yeah, absolutely. There's so many good hunters that work here on Leo's memory. Honestly, as we saw the nerfs come to Leo's memory, I wanted to argue at one point it was a hunter map just because like how it's laid out. I remember Leo's memory was known to be the place where you could just kite anywhere and it would work, right? Like you have these really good pallets that work out, and even by the bad ones, you still have like a decent smallish wall. But as Leo's memory continued and evolved, I feel like it's no longer the case. I myself do not prefer to play rank on Leo's memory.
Yeah, I really don't like Leo's memory either. It's become a lot harder to play on the map in general. Especially because there's very few places on factory that really work anymore. It's hard to like get into a factory and actually still live there. I mean, there's no more pallet in the corner, for example. I mean, it feels like it's not been gone for that long, but the pallet that used to be in the corner of factory, it's been gone for a while, but that used to be such a key part of the route to just drop in and vault the window. It was just free, absolutely free.
Yeah, the pallet that it was like so close to the building, so when you're corner cutting, it's right there for your convenience too. So you can drop it and not interrupt your tight knit route, your tight to the building route.
And then don't even get
me
started. It was
such a good pallet.
Back when the pallet doorway used to be actually a window. Yeah, that was a really
oh my gosh, dude, yeah. Really or don't get me started on when, like you said, it was like copy of hospitals, a really long staircase.
The staircase was actually where the current window is now, like where that old. Where the window is that leads to bad corner, the stairs used to start there, and you used to go like in a circle, and there would be a pallet.
And then you get a circle. There's a god pallet too.
Yeah.
But next to it, though, there's a god pallet, and you keep going.
Let's get back to the match. We are gonna have Seer, Mercenary Band here, Gravekeeper, Patient, and Response Patient, of course, one of the best survivors on Leo's memory. And to make up for the fact that they're playing Patient, they are gonna go ahead and ban Goldman, one of the best hunters against Patient. Meteorologist is going to be the next survivor here. Very good survivor, has that healing built in, and also really good support aspect. And finally, going in with the Pharaoh Lady here against Dow 5, in case he picks something that has very fast chase, something like well, not necessarily a Queen Bee. I mean, they really did use their fast chases already, like with Opera, but Hulu can still be quite fast, and a Queen Bee full presence on top of you can catch you off guard very quickly. So Pharaoh Lady.
What do you think about QS here?
QS also is, it's okay. QS is fine here. It's one of the larger, more annoying Master QS though, mostly because the Cypher positioning, a lot of the ciphers are like tucked in the corners of Leo's memory. Unlike Arms Factory, where they're more like oriented towards the center of the map, almost every Leo's memory cipher is like not just on the edge of the map, it's also in the corner. It's like the corner is literally right there on most.
Like there's not much slack until you see the corner. Like if you're at a cipher on Leo's memory, usually you can see the edge of the map, like most likely.
Yeah, Arms Factory, you could be decoding the ciphers there, and you'll still be very far away. It takes like a solid like 20 seconds to actually reach the corner.
Spider?
Are we gonna see a spider here?
Psyche.
Oh wow!
There's a spider on my screen.
There's a spider. There's no way. He is gonna go ahead and pick spider here, and in the Leo's memory, I mean, Leo's memory does have a lot of places to attach webs. But I definitely was not expecting a spider of all things. That is crazy.
Remember, before Opera, Spider was the fast hunter. Spider was the problem.
Yeah, Spider.
So doing it here in the big 26 maybe is the Soul Weaver. And like I said, survivor pick, no surprise there. Huasi on the Patient. You're going to get to see the absolute spectacle joy it is to watch this dude maneuver the Patient. And Meteorologist Middle makes complete sense. Why Meteorologist Middle? She can use her cloud to elevate right to the stairs directly, and she's quite good at making the distance between space. Maybe not against a spider, though. Maybe not against a spider. I think Spider is just really proficient at like combining the webs together and just ramping up the stairs like it's nothing. Like stair height or whatever is not really a issue for Spider, especially with an area so accessible as the upstairs.
Absolutely, absolutely. Spider is just going to be one of those hunters where you don't see a lot of, but she definitely has a lot of outplay potential that I feel not a lot of people talk about in Spider. I like Spider, it's just unfortunately she's always getting outshined by Opera Singer nowadays. But hopefully we could see some good work being made out of Spider in this game right here. We'll find out.
Yeah, she's living in Opera's shadow. No pun intended, because Opera casts shadows, but...
Bro, Miki, that's actually a good one. That is actually a good one. I'll give you that one. All right, but going into the first half of round 2. Let's see how things go here. It's going to come down to really these next 2 rounds because they tied round 1. So let's see if anyone can get ahead here in round 2 and 3.
All right, here we go. Suda on the spider, already looking down to benefit off that hunter's instinct, and running upstairs, I believe, is the meteorologist. Like I said, Psyche, this is not a problem really for Spider, as she's going to a narrow area, and kiting narrow areas against Spider means webs, webs, and more webs. Or Suda could choose to play the strategy that I also believe is really good, is that you save your webs until you're quite close to the survivor and you corner her, essentially playing Spider like Goat Man.
Absolutely, yes, I completely agree. Especially in like a building 2 here though, there's a lot of places to chain webs here with the doorways and stuff like that. The only downside of Spider, these windows are pretty bad, and I'm pretty sure this was before Spider's buff here. Oh no, this is after Spider's buff, I think, because right here she vaulted that window pretty decently quickly. Now, this is where the annoying stuff comes,
nice
but what
cloud.
a great win. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to make a difference here unless...
Nope, that's a hit.
Wheels, but no, it's too risky to fly. Well, she just recovers too fast from missed attacks.
There's the blink.
And...
Oh,
the
wind!
Followed by the
Coco!
wind. Interesting. The question is, can she get a Palestine off now? It comes down to this. Okay, no,
Needs
you're
it,
gonna drop
though.
it early, and now gonna go
needed
down.
the pallet stun.
Mhm.
Not getting the... what's it called? Sequence she quite needed is Coco, but Psyche, that guy was great.
Yeah, that
However,
was still a pretty
basement,
good Kai.
not so great.
Yeah, that is not too good. I mean, this can still be a tie scenario right here for the survivors. They have a lot of decode going on for them, and that's what really counts here. A lot of decode is going to be a big help here. And like I said,
Sure.
with basement, she kind of has to camp it even harder now because of the fact that people are going to stay away from the basement. They're going to make sure their survivors are away from it. But Gravekeeper gonna go for the rescue, using my favorite spot in the whole game for digging down into the basement behind the crates. Gonna take the no recovery hit. What a really nice double web here, but it's just not gonna matter against Gravekeeper, who is arguably one of the best rescuers in the game against any rescue in the basement, I should say.
Basement,
so good work there from,
as you can see,
Gravekeeper.
guys, Psyche does indeed approve that area. That Gravekeeper's technique right there was Psyche approved. Psyche stamp of approval, a hard stamp to get. And yeah, gonna be sharing outside here. A great rescue from MRC's Xiao X, just showing that he knows his stuff with the Gravekeeper. Just excellent work on that rescue.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're planning on a rescue here, but Nanako is quite close with the Pharaoh, especially. Pharaoh does have Tide Psyche, but remember, Pharaoh's really slow when it comes to getting rescued. So unless she like forces out a physical hit, this is a very likely a stuff. Like, oh my god, are you just gonna do it? Oh my god, you just did it.
Nice. That was a really clean rescue right there. Wow. Able to get it off, even though she just rescues so slowly, they're still able to get it off. And Meteorologist, unfortunately, is going to die with this cloud because she got farmed. But I think... No, even without
that's best case scenario. Can you imagine she got stuffed?
Yeah, that the fact that she didn't get stuffed there, especially against someone who swings as fast as Spider, that is going to be a big game
And
changer
someone
right
rescues
there.
as slow as Pharaoh. Nanako, man, you got some serious chest right there to do that.
So that was good. That was good, I must say.
Yeah, Pharaoh rescue. Like guys, if you don't know that rescue, ooh.
Nah, I mean,
Not a
that
long chase,
knockdown, though, that was a really fast knockdown.
Let's say
At least she used
that
her trade
sucker
already.
punch.
The question is, can they actually make it out in time? I mean, with only 54 web here, rising slowly, it's not going to be enough. Gravekeeper even has an
Looks
extra
like
shovel
Suda's locked down
to
the
take a
location of these survivors too, but not gonna make it on time. Gate's just a little too fast for this slow little spider. But yeah, honestly, I liked what I saw from both sides. Suda didn't really do anything like bad in his chase. The basement was great. It forced out like a nice rescue. Survivor's deco was just so good. And Coco's kite was great. Like Coco's kite was like really long. Like she got the blink out, flywheeled it, shot it with a win, and bought even more time at that pallet. So like there's a lot of good technical execution happening there from both sides. I really liked what I saw in that match with the Spider, and that felt really quick. I'm not gonna lie, just as quick as Spider usually. That scared the crap out of me. My door automatically closed because the AC kicked in. I am You take over. That's
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, the fact that the spider, I mean, this is usually how games go with like hunters like Spider, though, is that it goes very fast because there's not a whole lot of cipher pressure going on, and on top of that, she had basement, and so she's more tempted to camp something like basement, especially Spider, very good basement hunter, but gonna right there make it difficult to actually stop any ciphers due to the hunter she picked. That is, I mean, it's just the nature of Spider. Unfortunately, we don't see Spider as often anymore due to stuff like that, but still something that I don't see enough people play. Spider, I think, is going to be a lot better than people give credit for.
Yeah, Spider is absolutely really scary when she can just store up webs and then find her next target and kill them because of all the energy she had stored up. So like that's definitely something that should be considered with a character like Spider. And playing her on Leos makes sense here. Just the same reason why Opera likes it is the same reason why Spider would like it. But it looks like the routes from Coco, which was too much for the Spider to like get that win. After all, there were a lot of nerfs made to this character, so it's just coming in full effect right here, and the survivors are going to be utilizing that to their fullest. But my favorite part of that match, the rescue. Pharaoh Lady, holy! Spider swings faster than the eye can see, and you rescued Pharaoh Lady.
Bro,
that
is insane that she made that. I mean, of course, it takes a little bit of luck that you don't get hit at the same time as when the swing happens. That was still really good nonetheless. Still really impressive stuff.
When to choose to rip the rescue, especially when the Spider's running around the chair like that, putting on so much pressure.
I mean, you can get lucky. Any rescuer can technically rescue, or any survivor, I should say, can technically rescue. As long as the hunter doesn't swing at the same time, that is. But yeah, hard to control that. Not a lot of control there. And of course, with stuff like, even stuff like, Spider, even if with Spider, if she shoots her web, that is an opportunity for you to rescue now because she cannot swing faster than that. But like now you're playing fairly, so she basically has free reign to shoot web on you, and you still can't spam the rescue in front of her face just because you wouldn't make it in time.
I will say Pharaoh's rescue being slower does kind of seem like the player is more attentive. It forces the rescuer as Pharaoh to be more attentive to the hunter's like body language, movement, anything they may be able, any information they can be able to get from how they want to deal with that chair, whether they're going for a farm, a terror shock, which is likely against Pharaoh, but it maybe Nanako made the assessment that, hey, best case scenario, this dude just like farms. He could go for a terror shock, but in the event that he hits the Pharaoh, the risk reward really wouldn't be worth it because Coco would still be up, and I think had a little bit of bottle left, Psyche, as I saw, and has access to a full God Kite, 2 pallets, and that window fully functional and ready to use. I believe Nanako just assessed that it's just not worth it for Soda to hit or to go for a terror shock there.
Yeah. So it was a good game plan right there from her for sure. Making sure. By the way, Coco still hasn't been subbed out yet. I guess she's gonna play all these games. She's
doing great, man. Why would you sub her out? You don't sub out the player that's doing good.
I mean, I guess they're just trying to give her a chance here. But I was like surprised because, like you said, in earlier rounds, earlier in Call,
did not see the stage at all in
Call.
She
didn't get to see the stage at all. So it's nice to see that she's getting to play some more.
I do agree with that for sure. I do like it when we get to see all the players, see the light of day. We still haven't seen Weibo's Wu. I don't know what that guy plays to this day. That dude.
He's in the team still, right, guys?
He's a legendary bench warmer, man. Like, where's the gameplay?
I mean, we'll see him eventually at some point. He's in there for a reason. Yeah, surely, exactly. Guys, right? Copia.
They get given the contracts. They have their role to play.
Yeah, he does make money at the end of the day, being in a competitive team like that. So.
And isn't it better that you kind of do nothing and you kind of just get paid it?
I mean, if you want to be in the spotlight, though, I would rather. Yeah, I would rather get to play. In all honesty.
For you, you'd rather get to play.
I would absolutely rather get to play. It would be very important for me to play.
Getting to play here is Dow 5 Survivors. Unicorn locking in Gravekeeper for his faction. We saw Unicorn kite really well in round 1, Psyche, so I would not be surprised if they gave him a kiting role or position here, especially on Leo's memory, where you can chain things together if you have the right survivors, as we saw Coco's route, Really good use of the meteor ability. And honestly, I really like that she didn't just go for like 2 cloud loops because she realized my opponent is fast. Spider is a really quick character. I'm not realistically making 2 like cloud loops. I'm gonna use the winds, and the winds were used really well. Arguably, it's just not enough time because Spider's just so fast. The wind got out like 2 sets of webs and was still a hit in the end, just to show that Spider is not to be slept on, like you said.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, again, it's just because Opera Singer overshadows her. But anyway, Spider is done for. We do have the next matchup coming in here with Coordinator Mercenary as the first 2 bans. Interesting banning Coordinator here. I see a lot of Coordinator picked on a map like
Opera
because of the, you take the first stop, then you shoot the Hunter, you maybe could go eventually back to the second stop, but at the very least it's like guaranteed kite time. Put those 2 together and it's at least a tie kite, right? Take the roller coaster and then shoot the gun. Even if you don't go back, it's still a ton of kite time. But in the meantime, though, we are going to see Archer, Gravekeeper, no longer in order here because they chose which star is going to play each character. But this is a pretty decent team comp as well. Again, we're going to see the Patient here. Very strong map for Patient. Also, Patient himself is a very good character nowadays. Going to be able to do, I'm sure, a very good kite here. And Lucky Guy as
probably
well.
Gonna throw him in the middle then.
Yeah, probably going to put him in the middle. Maybe they'll put someone like, I don't think they want Lucky Guy in the middle here because he's going to get chased very quickly.
Not.
But basically, whoever spawns middle does have a pretty good start to their kite because of
Ooh,
Factory.
Hullabaloo here from Bailu.
Yeah.
Honestly, a solid pick. Hullabaloo has the elevation advantage when he gets that 1,000 presence. With running Insolence, it should be no issue at all to reach that point. And Hullabaloo, like I said, on a smaller map is really quick to reach gate to gate, which is also a consideration to have. And since he's quick, pressuring rescues and stuff is not that difficult for him. He can also play around ciphers quite well, as they're in corners where the good chairs are as well, something to note. So Hullabaloo just having free realm over this area. Any hunter with good mobility other than I think Wheel's not that good here because Wheel has a lot of guys.
Wheel is in the grave right now in the meta.
No, yeah,
it's Wheel is Wheel is a good hunter. I like Wheel as a hunter. I think Wheel's could be. I also think
Wheel is good. Yeah, Wheel is also overshadowed by the Big Four. The Big Four just that much better.
And then the one map we might see Wheel on, which is Chinatown. I just see more Clown. Kind of funny.
Clown.
Honestly, would you rather see Clown or Wheel? I honestly kind of rather see Clown.
Watch?
I'd rather honestly watch
the gameplay?
Yeah,
I'd rather Wheel. Clown has got such sluggy gameplay, bro.
I feel like there's a lot of thinking ahead with Clown that I like.
That's true.
That's one of my favorite things about Clown that when I
there's a lot of satisfying wheel noises, turbo brakes, and I love to see really good controls on Wheel, especially when they tight turn the corners, prevent themselves from falling and stuff like that. They're able to counter the counters of Wheel by changing another angle at which they approach from. Dude, there's a lot to think about Wheel too, so I really like watching Wheels.
Yeah, that is definitely true as well. There's aspects of boats to be but in the meantime, we're gonna see Archer with the full Sui build. We see this a lot where they have Flywheel to harass, but also Broken Windows to kite if necessary. Lucky Guy right here gonna take the. Actually, surprising that he has the borrow time here. Usually we don't see that.
I think it's 3 borrow time, and Archer's the only one running full kite.
I'd have to look a little bit closer, but I think you are right there. That of course the rescuer's always gonna run borrow time, and I believe everyone else is also here running borrow time. What we're gonna see here.
But running towards these survivors right now is MRC's Bailu, approaching from the Christmas tree, going towards Chen at the moment. Chen is on the Patient, I believe. Like I said, a really good character. Does spot Chen. Will he commit to it? Looks like he is. Bailu's going to pop one double surprise. No one home to receive it. The second one, red on Chen right there.
Yeah, and avoiding both shots right there, using these toss to his advantage. And right here, Bailu trying to keep up his Hunter's instinct. He actually lost it right there. But the Hunter sees that he hooked away anyway. And
Good use of the hook. Made himself the Shaq. That's a nice lineup, honestly.
Do you see how much distance he got from that singular hook,
Yeah,
by the way? That's
yeah,
insane.
you went from the back of the window to shed. That was kind of crazy.
Bailu right here,
Ooh,
passing by the archer. Is that... Oh, you know what? I was thinking, why doesn't he go for the archer? And then the archer shoots him, and now I'm like, okay, well, now he's definitely going for the archer.
Yeah, and now that he has 2 survivors trying to push away from one spot, all resources on the archer, but a beautiful flywheel. Unicorn, once again, not failing to show the execution level of a top survivor. Like, wow. This stuff reminds you of like stuff like Green does, you know what I mean?
I sure hope he has the execution of a top player, bro. He's playing Koa.
Yeah, but like I've never seen this dude before. And he's cooking, bro.
That is true.
Top,
that is
top,
a good
top
point. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, and look at that. The crossbow
Still
move with the
kiting, by
double
the way.
surprise.
That is that, by the way, still alive this long is absolutely insane, despite shooting an arrow early on in his kite. And
No,
being down in
not still
ability.
alive. Still untouched. Where's
Very
the
good work
damage?
here. The question is he going to be able to survive much longer, though? Now the insolence starts picking up, starts taking damage, and yeah, this is the thing about Hula Boo, is that it looks really good, and then insolence combined with the double surprise is just such a nasty combo. It's very hard to do anything around that combo, so unfortunately
Even
it's
with
going to go
such an
down right there.
excellent start. Like, man, Unicorn's execution been absolutely a treat to watch. Like, dude, Psyche, this is some really nice gameplay. Like, the flywheel times are crisp, the ability usage all makes sense. Like, I love it. I love it, man. It's great.
It has been playing very good for sure. For sure. Absolutely. I agree with you there. But in the meantime, though, we're going to be seeing the Gravekeeper rescue here. Can he avoid the double hit? He's playing very greedy for it. He does get it. But I mean, Unicorn with nowhere to run here, it's going to be basically for free.
Yeah, nowhere to go.
For being for real here. Just unfortunately,
because the cherry chose. Where else would he go, right? Like,
Yeah,
he can't
he's
just
just
run back to the
trapped
area
here.
where he crushed all the mallets. Where else would he go?
Gonna finally
So,
go
like-
down here. Using up a pretty mediocre pallet here in the area at least, but that's one of the main pallets in case that that gate gets teleported on in the later on this game. So we'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, though, Gravekeeper not able to decode. Neither is Chen, and neither is the guy on the chair. We only have a total of 0% decoding right now because they're
Ooh,
healing.
the hook gonna crash into a tree. Chen getting a little bit of the woodman's headache right there, the lumberjack headache. And yeah, he's gonna go make this rescue. Double hit again. Is Bailu gonna go for it? Bailu looks like he's going for it. Chen not gonna give it to him easily without a rotation. Chen not gonna give him the double hit. Excellent footwork right there. Unicorn running towards middle. Bailu gonna be forced to give up on this double hit dream of his because of the fact that you could risk the archer getting way too far. And online is the flywheel from Unicorn again, but will it be used?
Ooh.
Unable to be used in the red.
This is
Good
really
use.
but he has
the
excitement. Purposely dropping down right here to force the hunter to address the lucky guy in the staircase. Now, like, Cool Blue can't jump up there, but doesn't have any jump, or at least doesn't want to use a jump to go after the lucky guy, and so uses the excitement instead. I mean, lucky guy with
The
full health, I
trait
guess I
is going to be
understand.
burned, though, Psyche. So if they can
Yeah.
pop these ciphers soon, it will look down only upon the hullabaloo here.
It is a very expensive use of the Trump card right here, so hopefully that's not going to bite him in the butt later this game. In the meantime, though, chasing this patient also has no more great map pressure. The only advantage he has now is the fact that they were behind on ciphers earlier this game, so it's just going to be a struggle trying to pop it. But like I said, it's going to be the fact that excitement happened before, that now it's not going to be such a big deal, right? That's what we're really looking at. Now he doesn't have that map pressure that he really wants.
Putting everything into this excitement, Psyche. One can only hope. Will he get the win he needs with it, or will he just inevitably end up tying, making this once again an even set? Like I said, these teams seem to be playing on equal level. It is just really great set.
It's certainly hard to say who's going to take this one right here. It does end up making the rescue in the end, and now they're forced to work on another cipher machine is the issue. And now Gravekeeper is going to be next on chair. No abilities left on him. Shovel going to be basically useless without a pallet to combine it with. Even then, Hula Blue easily deals with it. This is a very tight spot to be in as a survivor. So the only thing that's good here is that Lucky Guy has the ability to infinitely get more items from chest, essentially. and one of them is a pocket watch, which is going to be absolutely insane.
Psyche,
here to
the
help
lucky
him
guy
on the
just got
rescue.
scouted out here.
He did, but the pocket watch is just so nice to have here. Ooh, almost getting red
especially
there.
blue.
Is he gonna use the football here to help him rescue here? He could use it if he
Tag
needs
the
to.
lucky guy.
This is
Dude,
very
the lucky guy really
responsible.
did just come up and say, I'm gonna pull the anti-hullabaloo kit.
He really did. He really did. Stream froze for a second for me, and now going for a rescuing the Gravekeeper. Man, and now I'm able to pop the Cypher machine in the very end. Thankfully, everyone here has borrowed time. That borrowed time coming in clutch, turns out that everyone had it. Wow.
I was about to say, Psyche gonna be more than happy about this. Borrow time being the clutch trait, of course. Borrow time is fantastic and even better against non-detention bringers such as Hullabaloo usually, because you get 2 full hits. Even though they're pretty easy to come by as Hullabaloo, you still receive those 2 full hits, and it can be more than enough for the gate to be open. Borrow time will be the game changer there, and it's gonna be a tie, Psyche. No advantage to be had by either side.
Yes,
And not
indeed.
gonna, your stream might have frozen, but not gonna freeze in the face of action is gonna be by Lou. Nah.
Bro,
gonna
Mickey
be
always
going
has
for
something
that.
corny to say, dude. Every single time.
Gotta stay punny, bro. I was born punny side up.
Oh god, bro. Okay, now you gotta stop.
Okay, that
Now
was
you gotta
bad. That was
stop.
bad. That was...
All right, but in the meantime, though, that is going to be a tie scenario. Then pretty safe too, because there was no detention to be seen back there. So at that point, it was pretty much free for the survivors at that point to just take that home essentially. And now we're going to see a tie to tie, back-to-back ties. Can we finally see a difference in round 3, or are we going to see ties again in round 3? I don't know, Miki. Honestly, both
Ties
teams have been
would
playing
be-
very safe.
Oh yeah, everyone's been playing so good too. Everyone's on the top of their level. I haven't seen anything I question really. I've just kind of been enjoying the view. Honestly, it's rare for me to say that like I watch competitive IDV and I just genuinely just enjoy the view. Like nothing feels gimmicky, nothing feels like, well, other than some of the characters obviously, but like we knew that. Like Matador feels gimmicky. The big 4 in general, they feel very gimmicky. But like yeah. Other than the characters, the players have not been like getting away with lucky stuff. They've just been playing good. Like honestly,
good
I've just been
gameplays.
seeing really
Especially that archer back there, bro. That archer's kite,
Dude,
able
unicorn.
to use those pallets that well and then transition between that big gap from the front gate to the back gate. One of the premier kiting routes of Leo's Mermaid is to connect those two together. Very difficult, and being able to substitute that with your ability is a very key moment. Being able to be off of cooldown and not having to use it earlier, specifically saving it just for that part of the kite, is a very key aspect that we don't
And then
often
like
see.
what's it called? The knowledge to know that like your resource can be used in more than one way. Like for example, a lot of archers like of the lower tier, like mid-level players versus top-level players is what separates them. The mid-level players think that if my crossbow is not getting laceration or poison, it is not getting value. That's not true. In that case, Unicorn, this is what separates the mid-levels to the top levels. Unicorn's like, I can use my crossbow to avoid a double surprise, and that's more than like a good utility. And as you saw, it did. It netted him as long as he did that kite for. Like I said, remember when you're playing rank, you can think about more creative ways to use your ability. There's probably always going to be more than one way that your survivor can benefit from their ability versus what's stated in the book.
Absolutely. So it was just good idea thinking there. Also, notice how the patient, when he took his kiting route, he specifically designed the route to like pass his harasser to just get free value from them, but also being able to quickly take over her cipher in the case that she does get chased, in case she is the target.
Right.
Because hunters very often do chase the harasser after making themselves known, after putting themselves on cooldown like that. Investing your ability in someone else's life could cost your own, so hunters very often test that in the harasser and seeing if they're actually able to keep up with the pressure they're putting out.
Oh yeah, something to be said there. Impressively, that was done off the whim. Like he was interrupted off of his cipher. Usually those kites are like shorter because like, oh, you caught me off guard. But it looks like Unicorn was ready at all times to kite. That's how you have to be at the top level or any level in IDV. If you want to be a good survivor, always be ready to kite. Always have that escape plan. And it looks like Unicorn did have one, and it ended up being the main kiter pretty much. Like he did much longer than the patient, and the patient was the one who originally was kiting. like it's crazy. Like it's really good survivor gameplay. Like I'm really happy for Dow 5. Seems like they picked up some really solid survivors here.
Yeah, they're doing good here. They're doing good. I love this lineup so far. Both sides, though, are playing a very tough game with each other, with one another, making sure that they're both keeping up. It's not an easy feat to do. It's very easy to fall behind even just one game to some of these really deadly hunters. It just takes one mistake from this perfect gameplay that the hunters are putting out, and that could be the game. That could be the difference in the game. So the fact that they're still able to keep up the pressure, keep up the pace with one another, that is something to take note of, with the fact that they're able to do that.
So auto banned is going to be Leo's Memory and Lakeside. As we know, cannot play on one map more than once. There's no such thing as run it back here. So yeah, they're going to ban. Looks like Darkwoods is being banned by MRC. And the pick is going to be Red Church, I believe. First Church of the night.
It looks like it. We don't really see a lot of Church nowadays. But yeah, Church is a good small map for hunters like, for example, like Hewists, who love to connect ciphers together, and that way they're able to, actually block out multiple ciphers with just a single connection. Is a very important skill to have with Hewists being able to do that, and only on a map like what are we talking about? Like Church, that you're able to do that on, especially also with the Church building being in the way. Usually that is a hassle for hunters to get around, but for someone like Hewist, able to go right through it with his ability, and that is a very important trait to have.
Overall, as time has come by, I also had my opinions change about Red Church. For a while, I thought it was like, for those Smash players who know, PS2. I thought Red Church was the even ground for both Hunter and Survivor, but I was mistaken. I feel as if Red Church in the meta now, especially with the changes being made to it, is more shifting towards the Hunter side, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just something to know.
You saw the changes?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried, dude.
Survivors might
Red
be
Church
cooked.
is so cooked.
Which, by the way, I've been seeing like video titles like, oh, more Survivor buffs. Oh, Survivor buffs. Hunters are so cooked. Dog, these are some of the most OG maps with some of the most classic routes being nerfed. Survivors, a lot of survivors are going to struggle, in my opinion, because no matter how good your survivor is, if you don't have a good route to plan for your next area, you're in trouble. You're in major trouble.
Oh yeah. If you can't adapt on the fly, you're cooked.
Yeah.
And dude, honestly, I was thinking about it, Psyche. If we were to think about what was the least used map in all of competitive at the moment in this year, it's either Hospital or Church, right? Like, I've seen Arms Factory still a good amount.
Let's be real here. Who here sees Church? We don't really see Church.
It's Church. You think it's Church?
I think Arms Factory we see even less. I think Arms Factory nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen Arms Factory in Koa a bit. I haven't seen. Have we seen Arms Factory at all this IVL?
I don't think so. No, I haven't seen. Now that you mentioned,
okay, it's probably Arms Factory then.
A single time, Arms Factory has just been down in the gutter this entire IVL.
That's my favorite map too,
Leo's Memory
dude.
used to be the hunter that no one played. What happened, bro? I mean, it's funny because Leo's is like the inverted version of Arms Factory, because they're basically like both factory maps.
It's Christmas Arms Factory.
Yeah, it's so funny how it kind of swap positions there, but also makes me sad as well.
But dude, man, as an Arms Factory fan, this is not okay, man. I really like Arms Factory. Isn't Arms Factory also getting like severely nerfed?
Yeah, Arms Factory is actually getting nerfed. That's funny. I wonder if we'll actually see more Arms Factory because of the fact that it's getting nerfed. The middle pallet is disappearing. The factory wall around the window that like protects you from stuff like Gamekeeper Hook and Foggy Blade, that is disappearing.
Oh, that's bad.
And then deep sandbags. You know that center window in deep sandbags? That
yeah,
you could just
that really good window.
Side? Half the wall is gone now. It's gone. You could just walk around the window. And to make
was that spot too strong? I feel like people were killing people just fine there.
If you really think about it, you really could stay in that kiting area the whole time and do a 3-cipher kite there. But I like that. I like that if you combine the windows well. Okay, obviously I like
I've done that before.
Okay, well that sounded a little bit dumb, but you know what I'm saying, right? I don't want to just kill the ability to have survivors who know how to use just one area. I like it when you're able to stick to one area and really squeeze the
and it's not like it was easy. It was like free to use that area.
It wasn't free by any means. No, it's not like it was free.
No, it wasn't free.
But maybe the window itself.
You know what was free? Leo's Memory Stairs. You know what was free? Old Hospital Double Bird Cage. Stuff like that. That's free. Doesn't require much thought here, but like tight kiting and like utilizing a wall well, I think you should be rewarded for that. I think survivors should be rewarded for
Honestly, I think
good
so, too.
tracking skills and looping skills.
But yeah, we're gonna go back here to the matchup. We're gonna see Mechanic Escapologist as the two banned here again. Again, very interesting to see Escapologist banned. Maybe to, I don't know why we would ban Escapologist here. I'm very curious to ask his thought process why he would ban Escapologist. Maybe just because the other team likes playing it and they're really good with it, but I don't think that's a good enough reason. I don't think Escapologist.
No way,
like
it's a map
that
pick, right?
Character.
Is it because the chairs are closer together?
Maybe because you can move the chairs around and kind of control, making sure that no one gets chaired on the server. That could be why. That is, to be fair, a very strong part of Escapologist's kit. Probably his best part, if we're being honest.
His only part. I'm kidding.
He's got more like interesting parts than that, to be fair.
And Psyche, that fourth ban is a character we've never seen before today. It's Novelist.
Novelist, yeah, we don't see Novelist. In fact, speaking of which, I don't even see Novelist really getting picked in tournaments to begin with at all nowadays.
He's good too, isn't he?
He is still good, but I mean, I would say that, but again, I don't see anyone pick Novelist. They did ban Shadow. I don't know. I mean, Novelist is hard to use against Shadow, to be fair. Could be the reason.
All right, Bailu does have access to some pretty dangerous hunters. The Qist is not banned, Psyche.
It is not banned. You're right. They can only ban 4 hunters. Wow. So they could go Qist here. Definitely could go Qist.
Qist would be a really strong pick here. Oh,
You're right.
Also a strong pick here, in my opinion. Right, Psyche? She can turn the middle part into her domain. Shaq into her domain. Shaq is not good against Peddler by any means. Any building that's like easy access to, or she could just make a hole and walk in, is not good against Peddler.
That is true. That is true. One of the most annoying things about Church and going against Peddler is that if you try to use those middle pallets, those middle windows, I should say, it's going to be really rough for you because of the fact that she's able to. Or not the middle palace, the middle windows, the fact that she's able to go right through them. And same with Graveyard. So this can be very scary for the survivors to have to deal with, but we'll see how it goes here. At the end of the day, anything can happen, and we'll see.
Yeah. An IDV match is not settled until it says escaped or lost. Let's get that right. But yeah, standard spawns here and Aquarian towards the left side of Church. Honestly, an underrated part of Church. And they're nerfing that, aren't they?
The God Palette? Yeah. You mean God Palette?
No. The left side of Church. Like,
no, that's exactly the same.
Combined? Okay. They're nerfing God Palette on the right?
Underrated. Definitely not underrated. It's actually much worse than the right side.
So good. It's so good, but like... What do you, I mean, it's worse than the right side, but it's still not a bad area by any means. Like,
no,
if you chain those pallets together correctly,
it is a lot worse.
It is. Because it's less safe. Yeah.
That is true. Though.
Because it's less safe for sure. But if you chain your pallets together well, I really like hiding in that area.
Well, I'm not going to deny you there. You do have a point. That is true.
Like I said, more rewarding skill, but like you said, dude, the right side is so much safer.
Yeah.
That God palette is so much safer.
Looks like we're going to see Addiction, Claustrophobia, slowing down the gates endgame, and going to have some Wanted Order. Question is how much Wanted Order? Wanted Order.
And Cam is feeding me and not slacking off. Fantastic, Cam.
Amazing.
Good job, Cam.
We're going to be starting the next match. Round 3, first half is going to begin. So far, teams have been even so far. Only ties from both sides. Very good, safe games played from both Survivor and Hunter. The only question is, well, I guess you want to play safe as Hunter. Hunter obviously wants more and more kills. But both sides, Survivor sides playing very well. We'll see if that consistency keeps up in round 3. Now they're going to be going straight in for Church. Trying to scout out the area.
Is Bailu on the Grandma Peddler and pushing towards the middle right here? Like I said, I like to reiterate, Peddler not at all weak in these areas, so the survivors are going to respect that option, and they're not going to hang around where you usually would be safe from another hunter. Like, it's just a door to hell and a vine.
Look at this annoying door here, just able to stall so much or save so much time Wow, using the 5% boost to dodge and immediately following up with a second hit to make
gosh.
10 seconds of invincibility here, essentially, for the...
And again, look at who it is. It's Unicorn. Multiple characters, consistent execution, like just super impressive, dude.
Did she just get hit by that? Incredible. She just got hit by that somehow. Did you caught that? She got hit by that barely.
Yeah, I saw
Looks
that.
like
I
she
saw
walked
that.
into
What?
it almost. The vine here coming in. Does it avoid? No, she gets caught by it. And gonna go down here. Wow, what a great vine angling, taking it wide on purpose so that way you can cut the corner tight that way.
But if we're talking good execution, Bailu, man, he's been doing it for a while now. Bailu's hunter execution never falls short. So it's just head to head. But man, that is just, it's impressive to see a survivor play so many roles and so many pretty hard characters, in my opinion, so consistently. Like,
Absolutely.
It was what? Oh, it's just not that hard, I guess. You just really mash. But like going from Archer to and Aquarian, those are two very different skill sets. So being flexible is Unicorn, and his team's loving him for it. And gonna get the rescue right here. Safe rescue from Chen right there. Very good job from the Puppeteer. Unicorn gonna run into his corner and take his 20 seconds. And that's gonna be more than enough time.
I mean, this is usually how games go as survivors. The only problem is that they don't really have a 4th and 5th cipher really planned out. They just have a few % out. Now they're starting to work on it a little bit more.
And gonna die near the mercenary, so they're planning on a rescue here for sure. Because Bailu did just see the mercenary pop the cipher, so hiding not gonna be really the easiest thing to do here. You did just see the mercenary get off his cipher. Now you can assume his position because he's gonna be closer than you want him to be. Actually, he's gonna be close where you want him to be because he has not many options. Here comes the vine, moming with the dodge.
Ooh, barely dodging it. That was close.
Gonna have to time the elbow pad really well here. Peddler is notorious for canceling these abilities. A great elbow pad from Moming.
That's gonna be
Does
a
he get the
second
rescue?
earthquake, and that is gonna
Does
be...
he get the rescue?
Maybe it's her shock even. No, he didn't hit the chair. He hit the mercenary. Oh, that was...
Hit the merc, hit the merc. Okay. It looked, I had to look too. I was like, hits the merc. But yeah, it's a double down for Bailu. 3 ciphers are all coming up though. Psyche, those percents look really good.
That is really scary for the survivors too, though, because now that mercenary is dying, they don't have anyone to work on that 3rd cipher machine, and this is that little bit that
and they can't heal the Puppeteer.
They can't heal the Puppeteer. This is the downside of having Puppeteer as your rescuer. No one can heal him to reset. He has to heal other people. Does Bailu know
where Moming is?
Oh, I think he knows. And they're in trouble if he finds him. He doesn't. He doesn't find him. He doesn't want to take the risk. It's too risky, to be fair. If no one is there, he just walked away from the cipher for no reason.
Cipher. Yeah, the percents are rising, and against the clock are the survivors. So really good job for the survivors, just putting on a little bit that extra pressure, you know, keeping it in mind. Bailu is going to be considering every possible option here, like Chen being also a viable target. Your Puppeteer not really like good against Peddler, especially with the double chips and like everything she can, especially vining or whatever. Puppeteer gonna be not that strong of a pick against Grandma here, but Shmao gonna be on the Meteor, the full health target. Bailu popping the metal element, attuning the metal, meaning the stuns are gonna be reduced by quite a significant amount.
That does include the wind push, by the way. When you're against the wall. It does, yes. Yeah, addiction triggers on that. That counts as a stun.
It does trigger that, yep. Anything that affects the hunter in like a spatial way will be
and in Peddler's case it also prevents pushback, so it's not just when you're getting touched on the wall. The wind has a very confusing way of working.
It's harder to push her against that wall with that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't push for as long. But Peddler here gonna have a really hard time here trying to find a last target to commit to.
Tinnitus will proc. Tinnitus is procced. Will he find them healing behind this pallet?
They need to get this heal off.
One door away.
No, they're not gonna get it. That was the difference between 2 people being healed because of the Puppeteer healing. Wow, that is going to cost him a lot, and now Mercenary isn't able to get the heal off. I mean, he does have the elbow pad, and he still has one more. I mean, he did stall a lot of time without even having to use it on top of that, but now he has to use another one.
Man, Bailu's using the entire
He got canceled.
It cancels the elbow pad.
That's going to be game-changing. I mean, Puppet could try doing this cipher, but he's just gonna block it shortly. Eventually, no, he's not.
Oh my gosh, the pressure.
Oh, the cipher's out. My bad. But yeah, gonna chase the meteorologist here, following it up with a just going left and right.
Following meteorologist in the swerve, the snake.
Combining the opening with the vine, a very peddler-like classic right there. So that any wall in her way, she's just able to vine right through it. Very good combination.
When he picks up the Merc, inevitably he will be able to technically rescue, but this is still so difficult. And the Merc is a chip away from death. Like, and he's got no items. The Merc usually the unkillable survivor. Looking very killable right now.
Puppeteer healing here is actually kind of going against them here. Not only can they not heal the Puppeteer, but each side getting one chip healed is kind of useless against Peddler when you can Vine and then get Earthquake basic hit. It really doesn't
Let's get it before half, though. Pretty important rescue. Good timing on Moming.
What? No, I don't know what that Vine was. He kind of messed up.
Definitely messed up right there, but not messing up the metal right there is Bailu.
Yeah. So now he's going to have to chase someone else here, but
does he make it on time to block it? He does make it on time to block it.
It's literally almost primed.
Cipher. I hate this Hunter.
Wow, this is literally like wax artist, man. This is literally wax artist. Now at this point, even if they pop it at this point, as long as she's standing in front of it, it could just lead to an instant detention hit. They do all have borrowed time. That's their one saving grace here that's going to help them escape this game. Without this borrowed time, this would be a very dangerous position to be in. Puppeteer surely going to go back to the Cypher here, right? Not on time, but he is on the Cypher. Okay.
And there's no chair close enough there. Bailu would not be able to make it to the chair right outside the window right there. So just going to take his chair over at the red carpet. Pretty far enough. Plenty close to Shmao. Is more than able to push him really far away from the chair. But Shmao has the favor. It does get the win.
Reset recovery. Wait! Reset the attack recovery for literally no reason. No, that's going to be the difference now.
Like Psyche said, when will the execution fall short? How long can you keep up this perfect gameplay? And it looks like Dow 5 is going to be the side that... Ooh, what a flywheel. But it looks like Dow 5 is going to be the first one to break the armor. Breaking the ice is Dow 5. And absolutely melting through these survivors is Bailu. Wow, man.
A very strong showcase here of performance here. This match is by no means over, though. He just teleported on a gate with no one on it. That's gonna be a
Wait a minute, Bailu, are you slipping too? Will the ice refreeze? Is Dow 5 gonna gain their footing? 3 survivors in one area, however, and a very angry peddler.
This is
red eyes right there, able to grab resources.
Not in the slightest. I mean, he has to. I mean, he's still got the mercenary, but this mercenary he kind of has to guard. He's not gonna die in any time soon. He's still got over a minute left on him to bleed out. Anyone can come pick him up at any point. Bailu,
you already know the Merc is positioning based off where his team is telling him to go to. So putting himself in a spot to cover space where he thinks Bailu will like not want to be around or not want to leave. Wait, boy. He's pushing this back gate right here, picking up another vine as Bailu. Will he push it? Push it the vine? Will he catch Shmao running into him?
Does he barely not see? Okay, he does see her right there in the footprints.
I think I saw crows.
Oh, you think so? Maybe.
Birds, yeah, I think I saw birds.
But now Mercenary's going to be able to get picked up. One more knockdown on this Mercenary, though. He will bleed out. Does she hide in the locker here? It looks like she hid in the locker, kind of. Mercenary getting picked up here, but the teleport, and with a gate at 0%, Teleport's going to beat that out. It takes 20 seconds to do the game.
This would be an absolute fumble on the side of Bailu if he does not secure this win. But Dow 5 keeping their head in the game, realizing this match is never over until, like I said, we see escaped or we see, lost. But wait, not lost upon what to do here is Bailu. Shen on the Puppeteer and Moming just going to try to book it for the other gate. Having one survivor out in this situation is more than fine, especially given how terrible of a spot you were in at one point, given that he stuffed out 2 rescuers. So Dow 5 cutting their losses, but a little break in the armor, Psyche, and Dow 5 is going to be the first to drop their solid, pitch perfect gameplay.
Honestly, he might even be in a position to... No, it's literally impossible. There's no way.
Nah, he's not going to do that.
No. But it was still very close right there. Almost turned into a draw position for the survivors. At any point, that could have been a different game right here. But Bailu maintaining what he has, making sure that nothing goes wrong in that regard. And just like that, he brings home the first non-tie of the game right here. Finally, something that's not a tie, able to bring home the win for his team. That's going to be the difference maker. Now, if the opposing team does not match that or do better, it's going to be very difficult. Now, the good news is that it's the hunter side that got that. So now it's going to be the opposing team's hunter that's going to be playing, and they're going to need to get a 3-kill here in order to tie this match back up and go into a round 4, or get a 4-kill here in order to win it up. But if they get anything less than a 3-kill, it's going to be in trouble. They're going to be in trouble here.
In the hot seat is indeed Dow5. Man, after seeing such solid performance throughout this set, just dropping a little short of the bar right there. But man, you can't really blame them. I didn't really see anything overtly wrong. You just had Puppeteer's disadvantage really come into play right there.
Yeah,
and Bailu using it to its fullest. Like, Puppeteer here is slow. Even with full doctor, he's still slow. And the Merc is chipped. And you can't fully heal anyone. And if they got that heal off, that was healing 2 survivors. That would have been really huge. But Bailu stuffs it out with absolute pristine game sense and just awareness over where the survivors want to position.
Just giving them such a hard time there. It actually comes down to their downfall, honestly. There was just
Puppeteer was their crutch.
The slower healing prevented the heal on the mercenary. No one could heal the Puppeteer to actually reset and make sure that the game continues earlier as well. There were just a lot of things that were going wrong there. There's so many small details that almost got through the stars, almost got away with, but even then they were just barely not getting it in. Even though it's just a chip hit, even though Peddler can deal with chips on survivors, at least for Puppeteer, it's a whole extra puppet he can use, which keeps him alive for guaranteed 9 seconds.
But like,
and that 9 seconds can be used as like 4 seconds to reach the chair as well. Right. That would also be huge as well, but unfortunately that's not going to quite happen. They didn't get the heal off on either the mercenary or the Puppeteer due to that slower healing.
Pretty good survivors burned up here in that round 3 too. The Puppeteer, we've seen it saved for the round 4 before. Mercenary getting used, and Aquarian, some really solid character picks. Meteor, like, none of these are all cream of the crop survivor picks. And man, you just really have to wonder, is Dow5 going to have enough resources to compete strong in their round 4? As you know, Psyche, what makes this keep staying like interesting or whatever, and what makes the mistakes seem more likely, is also the downgrade of character. Think about it this way. We're slowly dropping to what we think is like from really good in the meta to like they can do it. Like, they can do it. And I can definitely see the tier list of character drop there affecting Dow5 greatly.
Absolutely. But it's gonna be the difference maker here. Maybe that's gonna be the difference maker here. If they end up right now Dow5's hunting, so if they end up losing this, that could be the difference maker right here. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to see what they go here. What kind of hunter will they pick? I can't remember what hunters we saw Dow5 play anymore. Do you remember, Mickey?
Dow5 opened up with an Opera, which is why MRC picks Leos, remember? Dow5 opened up with an Opera and a Spider.
Oh yeah, you're right. So
maybe a strong pick here.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a strong pick here, because he did leave himself open, or they did leave themselves open in round 3 here, using that Spider, and also that Spider getting still a tie there is still.
And then Bailu
nice.
Used Hullabaloo to achieve the same event. Hullabaloo, a much stronger character than Spider. So Dow5 being able to pull out a tie, like what they needed for their team with Spider, means this round 3 is all up to their hunter to put up something strong. Like, think about it. You used Spider for round 2 to prepare for this round 3. You knew you would be in this seat. Now, how do you capitalize off it? And how do you win this for your team?
That is a good question. I mean, there's a lot of options here. Shadow could be good. QS could be good. I think we saw them. You said they used Opera Singer round 1, right?
Yep. So Opera was burnt up round 1.
Opera Singer was burnt round 1. So there's just Goatman. There's Hula.
The bans are probably going to be Goatman and Queen Bee, probably. Yeah. Those are probably the bans. Or Goatman Qist. I can see justification for both.
Yeah.
I would just ban Qist though. Qist is so tough here. Like so tough here. It's not like GG's by any means when you get a Qist on Red Church, but man, is it easier to play Qist's game plan.
Definitely, for sure.
Of just having ciphers together. The notorious left side of Church triple cipher lock is a free win for Qist. If that happens. Because he can just connect them all. And constantly attacks you, harasses you for it. And you have to come back to him. Even though you like run away from him and he leaves, he watches ciphers, you have to come to him. And that's what makes that Qist game so dangerous when he has a triple cipher. A triple cipher against a Qist, if the Qist is worth their salt, is a loss for the survivors.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, really. But we'll see here. If they are worth their money, they can prevent a 3 cipher lock. They'll just need to make sure to do it ahead of time.
Planning out ciphers, like you said. Psyche, when's the cipher decoding routing guide coming?
I gotta make a lot of guides, bro. But in the meantime, we got
I'm excited about that one. Personally, I know it sounds silly for those in the audience, but like decoding is so important. And to do it optimally is kind of hard sometimes, given the situations. Like block ciphers, other survivors spawns or whatever, cipher RNG, like all those are a factor for like good decoding. And at the end of the day, it's the most wildling Psyche. You were talking about him. He's here.
We are gonna finally see a wildling. We don't really see wildlings nowadays from a lot of survivor teams, but now we finally do see a wildling. Kind of interesting that we see the wildling when Hula Blue is still on the table. They didn't ban it either. So Hula Blue is definitely still
a really strong
here.
character against wildling.
Yeah, I'm very interested to hear going wildling here. I'm not wanting to really use the mercenary, I guess, even though they did ban Goman. Interesting. I wonder why.
Okay, puppet of their own. Let's see if this puppet will benefit them or if it will just be yet another crutch for the survivor side. We saw Puppeteer get absolutely abused, weakness and all, by the ped. Like, it wasn't a fight. Bro was thrown on the ground, curb stomp, teeth kicked in, wooden puppet. Like, bro was basically set on fire. Now, I'm surprised that we didn't see Foissy on the Matador, especially because he's like more the technical player there. We have Foissy on the Puppeteer, excellent Puppeteer, of course. And we have Coco on the Coordinator.
Is this a hot take? I don't think Matador is a very technical character. I'm sorry.
You think he's mashy?
I don't think he's a technical character, no.
No, yeah, but like he does a lot for the team is more what I meant.
I guess
like
so,
that's
yeah.
kind of the roles Foissy plays. Yeah, he does a lot for the team. He's not technical by any means. Like he's mashy. Like he spawns with 2 things: big circle of doom, circle of friendship, and he's gone. And you're slow. Like, but
Absolutely.
we have a Nanako on the Matador, I believe, and that also makes sense. Nanako also a very clutch player, able to perform with these reactionary based characters, and that's like you predicted. It's a Hullabaloo, most likely to directly contest the Wildling. It's a really good pick here overall.
Yeah,
Hullabaloo,
that's what I would say. I think the
Hullabaloo
Blues
done
here
correctly.
for that.
Yeah, if Hullabaloo is done correctly too, he can also counter Matador's dash afterward, because you can just hover your red over them. But a good Matador is not really going to be using the circle over like near red or whatever. They're just going to be waiting until they can get a whiff punish opportunity and just angle to the sides where there's no red. But that still does affect their routing, so we'll have to see Psyche, and it looks like he's going to choose to spawn at the back gate.
I mean, every little bit in your route really does matter. In the end, you do have to be careful with how you route against Hullabaloo, because one little mistake here and you could end up in an area with no pallets, no way to help you out of the situation, and you're just taking color after color after color with nothing to do about it. So you really have to be careful here when going against Hullabaloo, especially Wildling. In the meantime, though, we are going to see the Wildling here taking the borrowed time, Matador taking borrowed time as well, but Cornier also borrowed time. They're going to be running 3 broken windows. Everyone here has broken windows, so that's going to be very good against Hullabaloo. And then 2 Tide Turners. Puppeteer is going to be with the Sui. A little bit risky that he ends up the guy with no borrowed time, because he very well might get chased here. Puppeteer, of course, is not like the world's best survivor against Hula Blue, so he could definitely get chased right here. But we'll see here. In the meantime, though, guys, we're gonna see how this match goes. It's gonna come down to this. Can Dow5 right here make sure that they do not fall behind and lose this match? Can he get a 3 kill here? It's gonna come down to this. But we'll see.
Suda showing excellent work thus far, but to get him here, he used some of his best characters. Now he's going to use someone maybe he could be a little more unfamiliar with, but an excellent ability from the Matador right there. Just dashing right past the white and avoiding the hit. A very important muleta right there, in my opinion.
True,
and they're both playing the spinning game. Look at them.
Both of them are playing the spinning game, yeah. I wonder if some of these players like know each other or like talk with each other after these matches. I imagine.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Barely. Getting a nice pallet stone right there. That was a big difference maker right there. Every little bit counts, guys, especially when you need to get a 3-man for your team.
Peeper
this is already
is
looking
online.
like a very good chase. Peeper.
No, yeah, and the forced Gaunera right there. That's 6 seconds. You gotta hold that, buddy.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do but just wait it out. That used to be 8 seconds, by the way.
Oh my god, that was
almost
risky.
Missing. Oh, but he gets hit right there, so the ability
He's
just doesn't do
cornered.
a whole lot. Oh yeah,
It's
and this
gonna
is
be
just,
the kill.
oh my god, he is just getting absolutely demolished in that corner. Back right here against the wall, or maybe Hula Blue's making him get turned around and doing who knows what to his booty cheeks right there. There was just, I don't know what was happening in that corner right there. Something was going on by the Hula Blue clone, and we didn't get to see it for probably good reason. And yeah, Suda's gonna get a really
censored IDV.
Censored IDV, yeah. And now
But
he's
yeah,
gonna be
on the
taken
wild
down
link here is gonna be Xiao X. He's gonna make this rescue. Is it gonna be a double hit? Looks like there's an opportunity here. Is Suda gonna take it? Suda does get the hit.
Oh no, but he gets it off anyway. Dang.
Gets it off. Nanako is at this god window now. Can he do something? Has one ability unused, has not been used yet. There's the ability, there's the dash. Nanako to this pallet. Will he regret this double hit?
I mean, this is a regret. I mean, he didn't really have a choice about it. I mean, he just had to eat it up. That's kind of how Wiling is against Hula Blue. It's basically free for the Hula
No,
Blue.
Psyche, I'm talking, will this Hula Blue regret going after the wild like that? Because Psyche,
you're right,
Nanako
because,
is kiting quite long.
It wasn't that free now that you
regretting
mention it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
oh,
he
and
is
then
kiting
he's got
quite
this
long.
ability. Oh no, he doesn't. He already used it. Yeah, he already used it 2 times.
Already used it. It's already
yeah.
gone. But he used it well, so I think.
That is true.
I
Yeah,
think
it
chilling
definitely cost him a lot there. That was not free by any means.
Yeah, last cipher is 5 and rising, but the ciphers look so good thus far. Huasi coming in, perfectly using the ability, getting ready to position himself for this. Is going to go outside the red and temporarily tap into puppet form and going to get a tear shot, but since he's in puppet form, Huasi will still make the rescue.
That was a big difference maker right there. The fact that Puppeteer got buffed a while ago so he doesn't die to a terror shock plus 2
Oh my
puppet
gosh.
uses. Oh, right here. Almost getting hit right here. How is he surviving for this long? This is absolutely criminal. Finally going down. Jeez. But he's
And
gonna
the
die
last
in
cipher
corner.
Psyche is 40 and rising, and look, a backup cipher is being done. MRC with all stages of the game in account. Maybe looking to close this out. Who knows? But looks like a tie so far. So Dow5's Hunter doing quite good on their behalf, getting close. But if this is a tie, Psyche, I'm pretty sure MRC does win this, right?
Certainly, yeah. If MRC gets a tie here, that's going to be a win for them because their Hunter just got a 3 kill. I mean, Dow5 has to match that. If Dow5 doesn't match that, it's going to be over. So he has
MRC
to have,
has been
he has
playing
no choice but to
hot,
go for
man, hot and ready. And hot and ready is this coordinator still with the gun online. Boom! The gun gets up, but it gets traded for a hit.
Ooh.
How unfortunate.
It's
Not
kinda-
a good use of the
He's literally on
item
top of
there.
his clone, so it's hard to tell which one's the real one.
No, for real. No, for real. Especially at this time of night, man.
That's a nasty trade, though. That might be the difference between now being able to still win this game. I mean, the only good news here for them is that they do have borrowed time on this coordinator, but oh, and the basement too.
Basement.
Oh god.
All of a sudden, Dow5 looking like they're not out of this quite yet. Suda put him in the basement, and Suda make him take a seat.
Suda
but,
make him take a seat. Is that supposed to be a pun?
like shoulda, like kind of.
Oh yeah, I see you. But yeah, this is gonna be a very deadly position to be in now. Having someone in the basement.
Oh my God,
they have
Wasi
no
fighting.
choice but to pop. Really, this is the best play they can make. In all honesty, here, not the one
Trying
they
to
want to make.
snuff out someone going for the dungeon is Suda, but returning to his victim is also this hullabaloo. But does scout out Huasi and Psyche. It looks like he is going to match, unless the Wilding can get to the chair, but it's unlikely. Huasi, what can you do for your team? They all counted on you to try to close this out. Needs 2 colors here. Is the Hunter. A little bit of a flub. The Wilding is at the basement, Psyche.
Can the Wilding make the rescue? He's making it. He's gonna make it, but he needs to survive here. Wow, he's surviving so long with a singular pallet that we never even see being used normally. Why does this pallet exist, dog? But here it is.
Not to mention, Psyche, no ability.
Yeah, it is a pretty major downside. I won't lie. But I mean, could this be the difference maker? Oh, the warp is not aimed well, pointing straight to the survivor. And guess what? It's pointing at Coco, who is out of the way of the Wilding, who is now on his way to the rescue. But doesn't get hit by the
double surprise. So that means Suda doesn't know if that could be the Wilding or not.
Oh yeah,
you're right.
You're right. He doesn't know who's who. He sees the Wilding
now
on the pig.
He sees Coco.
And that Coco, I think Coco is out here.
Gosh.
Coco's out. He already used his clone. There's no way to double hit here. Now it's up to the Wilding. I would probably get off that pig if I was him right now. I would start making the cooldown for your
Put it on cooldown.
Wait, but you can get a rescue though. But you can even get a rescue here though. Oh wow.
That's true. And he does. Going for the rescue is Xiao X. MRC's teamwork. Just oh my God.
I don't think Suda was accounting for the fact that Cornelia is just letting her team know that she sees where he is and that they know if the rescue is just absolutely free. I think a little bit of
the gate is being done. Psyche rapidly 60. Oh my God, he missed him.
Wait, did he just walk past him? Oh my God, he walked past
him.
He almost walked past him.
Is it gonna be enough to get him to the gate? Is it gonna be enough to get him to the gate?
9 seconds. I don't think so.
A push? What about a push?
Maybe a Wilding push. He needs at least a little bit of a body block to survive.
Oh my God.
And that's gonna be it, guys.
MRC.
What a way to close things out. Not just getting a tie, but getting a miracle, may I say. For the re-escape right there because of MRC.
It's funny you say miracle. You know what MRC stands for?
Oh my God, Miki, with your stupid puns. I didn't.
Miracle Crown, buddy. Miracle Crown. It stands for Miracle Crown.
Dude, that's actually such a good team name. I'm just now realizing. What the hell? Random surroundings. Who would like to join the random surroundings lottery? Follow the streamer plus Lazy Bunny. Sure, just random Lazy Bunny in there. Send the comment. Congratulations to MRC on their victory. No problem.
But not being lazy right there is MRC playing it clutch till the very end. Congratulations. A hard-earned fight in a nice long Game 3 set with Dalphi.
Absolutely, guys. A great showing there from MRC. All they really needed was the tie, but hey, they went for more. They knew what they could get, and they got it. Absolutely. That was well played.
Yeah, man. It kind of fell apart whenever it looked like Dal5's Hunter Suda was a little lost, like, on what to do there. Once he popped the warp, he was like, wait, what am I doing? And he kind of like drifted in the middle for a bit, and Coco was just calling out, hey, Holbu's just chilling here. Go rescue. It is a first-time chair. You could save Huasi. And, man, that worked out for them beautifully.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's going to be it for today's matchup. Congratulations to MRC, the previous call winners, for, once again, getting a pretty solid win here in the end. Congratulations to them. Yeah, as usual, the survivors performing really well. I see Miki still loving Huasi even after the matchup here. Miki gonna be waiting until Huasi messes up. He's gonna be like, all heroes, they make you turn against them. It's gonna be like that one Syndrome meme where like he's like,
oh my God, I know. We rips off the poster.
Rips off the poster because Huasi failed him, and then he finds a new person. It's gonna be
like Huasi gets stuffed. You can't.
He's gonna be the biggest person lover. Just wait.
They're all selfish.
All right, guys.
I knew what you were thinking of immediately.
You know
I knew what you were thinking. That's so funny.
All right, guys. If you guys would like to watch the rest of the live stream, I'm going to leave a link in the description for you guys so that you guys can watch on the official Billy channel. If you'd like to watch that, there's going to be an interview followed up by one more matchup. It's going to be. Let me find out what it's going to be for you guys. We're going to have one more matchup after this. If you are still for some reason not sleeping or starting your day in Europe, the last matchup is going to be
GG.
yeah, ZQ versus GG. So a very good matchup there as well. I mean, all these teams are very good. So that's what we got going on there. But in the meantime, guys, thank you so much for joining along the stream. Thank you for joining on tonight, for watching the games. And Miki, do you have any final words, any final comments?
Thank you for having me once again, Psyche. And it's funny that we both don't know each other's birthdays at the same moment.
Do you remember my birthday?
July 25th now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to ask me?
Yeah. You remember my birthday?
I forgot. No, just kidding. February 12th.
Oh, yeah. But
Alright,
yeah.
guys. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you guys later. Take care. This has been Psyche.
And Miki. Peace out, guys. See you next time.